In an instant, he had turned into a cold and emotionless person. Andre looked at Avery with his bizarre left eye and softly said, "If Brian is dead, I will let this matter rest. But if he is still alive and you dare to kill him, don't blame me for not showing mercy." Avery's heart skipped a beat when he saw that Andre's left eye had turned dark purple. He immediately understood that Andre's warning this time was no trivial matter. It wasn't as simple as a casual greeting like the last time. After weighing the pros and cons, Avery nodded and said, "I understand." "That's good. Don't worry. Even if Brian is still alive, he won't pose any threat to your House of Lavers. He doesn't have the strength to harm any of your family members. You can rest assured." Andre softly acknowledged. He stood up from Avery's chair and said, "All right, it's getting late. I'll be taking my leave." Upon finishing those words, Andre took to the air and left. After Andre disappeared, a smile appeared on Avery's face again. His body swayed, and the next moment, he appeared in the shadows of the fifth core secret chamber. He opened his mouth and ordered, "Number 4, go home and inform them that the confinement order for those two good-for-nothings can be lifted." "Yes, sir." A cold and indifferent voice, identical to Number 3's, replied from the darkness. In the Lavers' residence, Cage and Eve, who had been imprisoned in the Lavers' residence for more than 3 months, cheered when they heard that they had regained their freedom. For Cage and Eve, who were used to wandering around, it was terrible for them to be locked up for 3 months and not be able to take a step out of the family for 3 months. "Brother, that youngster has been missing for 3 months. It seems that he's done for. Since Father has said that we can leave the House of Lavers, it means that the House of Saint has done its job." "Ha, I knew it. Those who go against our House of Lavers will never have a good ending," Eve said to Cage smilingly. She was in a great mood. "All right, from today onwards, we cannot talk about that youngster in front of outsiders, lest some people get suspicious and bring unnecessary trouble to Father," Cage reprimanded Eve before he stretched his body comfortably. He said, "It's been a long time since I left the Lavers' residence. Let's go and have some fun at Fort Hassel. The sea fruits there are just about ripe in this season. It's been a long time since I've tasted those delicacies." "That's right. Fort Hassel has the most beautiful scenery during this season." "Haha, let's go and have some fun there," Eve immediately agreed. After making up their minds, the siblings immediately packed up and left the City of Shadows with a small team of family clan divine guards. They headed straight for Fort Hassel that was under the control of the Lavers' residence. Outside the City of Shadows, Han Shua, who was hiding in a hidden underground cave, suddenly opened his eyes from his meditation. With a cold face, he murmured, "So we've finally left the Lavers' residence. Iverson, I can't kill you for the time being. But I'm more than happy to help you get rid of those troublemaking sons and daughters of yours. How will you thank me when the time comes?" Hee hee. After staying in the underground cave for 3 months and enduring 7 days of excruciating pain, the condition of Han Shua's injuries had stabilized. After spending more than a month recuperating with medicinal pellets, Han Shua's meridians and bones were reconnected and his serious injuries were finally healed. After entering the Omen realm, Han Shua's demonic body had become even more tenacious and durable due to cultivating the invincible Omen body. Therefore, Han Shua was able to fully recover from his injuries in just 3 months after using the blood disassembly. After recovering from his injuries, Han Shua was in no hurry to leave the underground cave. He repeatedly evaded the scouting divine guards and members of large family clans and hid himself. He dared not show his face in the City of Shadows. After learning that his opponent was Avery, Han Shua no longer had the intention to confront the Lavers' residence. Besides, he was worried that once his whereabouts were exposed, Avery would immediately find him and deal him a fatal blow. With his previous experience, Han Shua believed that if Avery were to strike this time, Han Shua wouldn't even have the chance to use the demonic blood disassembly. Therefore, Han Shua had been hiding and observing the situation of the Lavers' residence with his demon generals. He was like a venomous snake hiding in the dark, waiting for the best opportunity for revenge. One day, Han Shua immediately noticed the departure of Cage and Eve. He knew that the opportunity he had been patiently waiting for had finally arrived. The journey from the City of Shadows to Fort Hassel took approximately 7 days. Cage and Eve rode on an airship with a team of divine guards from the Laver's residence. Han Shua knew that this was not the time to strike. He had been following behind the airship using his demon generals while he exited the underground cave and stealthily made his way to Fort Hassel. Using the demon generals in the cauldron of myriad demon, Han Shua was able to observe every movement within a 10-mile radius. He effortlessly evaded any divine guards that came to search for him. He walked out of the mountain range without the slightest hindrance and stealthily made his way to Fort Hassel. On the morning of the 8th day, Han Shua appeared in a vast and boundless ocean north of Fort Hassel. This ocean region, named Neptune's Tier, was one of the most beautiful places in the vicinity of the City of Shadows. Every year during this season, the plants in the depths of the ocean would bloom with wondrous flowers. At first glance, those flowers would look as though they were floating in the middle of the ocean. As the sea breeze blew, many petals would scatter. The entire ocean would be filled with an enchanting fragrance and magnificent scenery. Among the sea flowers, there would be a type of large flower bud that would produce a type of sea fruit. The fruit was very sweet and tasty. To gluttons, the sea fruit was an extremely tempting delicacy. Therefore, every year during this season, the Neptune's Tier would attract many youngsters from the City of Shadows to come and sightsee. This time was no exception. By the time Han Shua arrived at this ocean region, after his demon generals had spread out, he discovered that there were many young men and women on various small islands in the ocean region. Cage and Eve were on one of the islands that was filled with lush trees and exquisite leisure houses. Colorful sea flowers were blooming all around the island. The scenery was very beautiful. Fort Hassel was the territory of the Laver's family. As the young master and young lady of the family, it was only natural that Cage and Eve found the best island to enjoy the beautiful scenery of the Neptune's Tier. For 3 days in a row, Cage and Eve stayed on the island. The group of divine guards from the Laver's family never left the island. Han Shua could not find an opportunity to attack them. Until today, when Cage and Eve had grown tired of enjoying everything on the island. They planned to go for a swim in the deep waters of the sea flowers and pick some ripened sea fruits. As this was the territory of the Laver's family, the two did not think too much about it. They did not allow the divine guards to follow them. "Brother, let's split up. Let's see who can pick the biggest sea fruits." Eve was in a great mood. Following Han Shua's death, she had forgotten all the pain that Han Shua had brought to her. She had devoted herself to the embrace of the ocean. "Sure," Cage replied casually. He was thinking about harvesting more sea fruits so that when he returned to the City of Shadows, he could use the sea fruits to win a certain someone's affection. The young master and young lady of the Laver's family, one in the east and the other in the west, headed in opposite directions of the sea flowers. Eve landed gracefully in the middle of the sea flowers. For some reason, she couldn't help but recall Ting Fei, whom she once admired. She couldn't help but recall Ting Fei's carefree and gentle demeanor. She couldn't help but curse, "That wretched fella, he can't be relied on at crucial moments. Why would I miss him?" Another person appeared in Eve's mind. Her mood suddenly turned for the worse. She cursed in a low voice, "Ever since I was young, no one has ever dared to slap my face like that. You deserve to die." "Ha!" Eve shook her head and looked at the person in front of her in puzzlement. She mumbled to herself, "Why would I think of him? And why hasn't he disappeared from my mind? Miss Eve, thank you for remembering me, hee hee." Han Shua, who was standing in front of Eve, first covered the surrounding waters with the banner of hallucination before he said to Eve with a warm smile, "Why can you still talk? Hallucination. I'm hallucinating. It seems that he has really hurt me. Damn it." Eve mumbled to herself as she looked at Han Shua. "Yes, it's all an illusion. You won't feel any pain when you die." Han Shua's smile turned cold. The surroundings changed. Layers of illusions suddenly erupted from the banner of hallucination. Many gods who were killed by Eve's bad temper suddenly came back to life. They were dragging their own intestines in their hands. Their bodies were rotting, and some were gnawing on their arms. "Don't come over. Don't come over." Eve suddenly screamed shrilly. She was terrified by the horrifying scenes around her. She screamed and cried hysterically. You've killed quite a lot of people. Hee, you deserve to die." Han Shuo sneered. He was not in a hurry to take Eve's life. Instead, he looked at Eve, who was screaming and screaming miserably in the illusions, and slowly tortured her. It was only when Eve was completely scared out of her wits and her mind was completely taken over by the illusions that Han Shuo finally made his move. With a slash of the demonic blades, Eve's head flew into the air. Fresh blood sprayed on the seaweed, creating a bewitchingly beautiful scene. Eve's divine soul was collected by Han Shuo's cauldron spirit. She would soon become a new demon general in the cauldron of myriad demon, forever under Han Shuo's control. Your strength is decent, but it's a pity that you haven't really experienced any major setbacks. Your willpower is too weak to even resist the illusions of the banner of hallucination. It seems that although the strength of these disciples of major family clans is high, they are not as strong as they used to be. Han Shuo mumbled to himself. He put away the banner of hallucination, dove into the ocean, and stealthily crept towards Cage. Back in the underground world of Profound Continent, Donna, Bolton, and the others had also fallen into the illusions. Similarly, Donna and the others who possessed terrifying strength were also affected by the illusions. Ever since then, Han Shuo realized that although the disciples of major family clans on Elysium might possess greater strength than him, they were not as experienced as him. Without constantly wandering between life and death, they would not be able to develop an unwavering willpower, which would make them susceptible to the illusions. Eve had once again confirmed Han Shuo's guess. Soon enough, Han Shuo arrived at Cage's side. Compared to his younger sister Eve, Cage's temperament was considerably more tenacious. He did not retreat in a panic the moment he saw the illusions, but immediately launched a frenzied attack. Han Shuo could tell that Cage was similarly affected by the illusions. He couldn't tell the difference between illusions and reality at all. Even if Han Shuo didn't use the energy of his main body, he could still kill Cage, who was attacking randomly with his two avatars and the banner of hallucination. Illusions were illusions after all. No matter how ferocious or how powerful Cage's attacks were, the illusions would not vanish. Without a physical existence, one could only rely on one's willpower and a heart as hard as a boulder to discern the minutest details. It was obvious that Cage wasn't at that level. Therefore, Han Shuo didn't attack at all. He watched as Cage consumed his divine energy in the illusions. He was using this kind of frenzied attack to conceal the fear in his heart. However, what was the use of this? Get lost. All of you, get lost. I can kill you all again. Cage subconsciously shouted to boost his courage as he continued his frenzied attack. Gradually, Cage felt that his attacks were getting heavier and heavier. His mind was getting muddled. It was only then that Cage seemed to realize something. But it was already too late. It was at this moment that Han Shuo finally made his move. Han Shuo suddenly closed in on Cage. Disregarding Cage's feeble counterattack, Han Shuo blasted Cage's head with all his might. Invincible Omen body withstood 30 waves of Cage's attacks while Han Shuo's energy blasted into Cage's head. Bang! Cage's entire head exploded. Blood and brain matter sprayed everywhere. Cauldron spirit collected Cage's divine soul. Han Shuo erased all traces of him from Cage's body. Satisfied, Han Shuo left the scene. Han Shuo also conveniently put away the banner of hallucination. Avery's son and daughter of the Lavers family had both died at the hands of Han Shuo. Han Shuo didn't know if Avery would find out that he was the culprit, but he wasn't afraid. Han Shuo had already regarded Avery as his greatest enemy at present. He was prepared to fight against Avery for a long time. The only thing that made Han Shuo feel a bit regretful was that his relationship with Donna would never be as friendly as it had been in the past from today onwards. Perhaps one day, the two of them would be at loggerheads with each other. This was something that Han Shuo had always wanted to avoid, but had never been able to avoid. Chapter 710. Asterisk 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 at the fifth core of the City of Shadows. A panic-stricken divine guard hastily rushed to the room where Avery handled administrative affairs. He immediately kowtowed and said, My lord, something has happened." Avery did not even raise his head. He softly grunted and continued to read through the documents in his hand. He asked in an indifferent voice, "What is it?" "Young Master Cage and Miss Eve, they..." The divine guard stuttered as though he didn't dare to finish his sentence. Avery bunched his brows and put down the document in his hand. He softly groaned and said, "Did those two stir up some trouble again? Who did they offend? Could it be the House of Saint again?" Avery asked self-righteously. He was greatly angered. No, the divine guard shook his head. Avery heaved a sigh of relief and softly exhaled. He then mumbled to himself, "That's good. As long as it's not the House of Saint, it's not a big deal. Andre had a serious discussion with me the last time. If those two bastards offended the House of Saint again, things will get a little tricky." No, young Master and Miss did not offend anyone. They were. The divine guard found it extremely difficult to muster up the courage to say those two words aloud to Avery. "What about them? Did the local family clans beat them up?" Fort Hassel belongs to our House of Lavers. How could there be someone so audacious as to do that?" Avery coldly groaned. "No. Young Master and young lady were killed in Fort Hassel." The divine guard gnashed his teeth and finally told Han Shaw the truth of how the two were killed. Avery was stunned. His eyes were blank as though he couldn't digest the grievous news for a moment. After a long while, Avery grabbed the divine guard's neck and threw him into the air. He howled, "What did you say? Say it again." Cough cough. "Spare me, my lord. Spare me, my lord." According to news from Fort Saint, young Master Cage and Miss Eve were killed while plucking sea fruits near the Neptune's tier. "Spare me, my lord." The divine guard pleaded loudly. He found it hard to breathe. "No." Avery roared at the sky. His voice reverberated throughout the entire fifth core. A silhouette suddenly flew out from the fifth core and dashed towards the outskirts of the City of Shadows. He did not even bother to register when he passed through the city gates. He vanished in the blink of an eye. 2 days later, on the island where Cage and Eve stayed in the sea god's tier, there were 2 corpses in front of Avery. He stared blankly at Cage and Eve's corpses. Cage's entire head was shattered, and only his body could be identified. As for Eve, her head was cut off and her neck was sewn back together with silk thread. Avery only had a son and a daughter. His wife had passed away a long time ago. Avery doted on Cage and Eve very much, so he would tolerate any mistakes they made. Although he would teach them a harsh lesson every time, if they were bullied, he would always find a way to make them pay. To Avery, his son and daughter were the most important things to him. And today, their lifeless corpses were placed in front of him. The pain was so excruciating that he felt like he was suffocating. "Haven't you discovered any clues?" Avery asked calmly as he looked at the 2 corpses. "Forgive us, my lord, forgive us, my lord." A group of divine guards lined up in a row and knelt before Avery, begging for mercy. "Then there is no value in your lives anymore." Avery's voice was as calm as ever. Upon hearing those words, the faces of those divine guards turned ashen. Some of them immediately took to the air in an attempt to escape from Avery's murderous hands. A series of phantoms flew out from Avery's body. Those phantoms each locked onto one of the divine guards. A wave of blood-curdling screams filled the air around Avery, followed by a rain of blood and corpses. Not a single one of the divine guards who accompanied Cage and Eve to Fort Hassel could escape from Avery's wrath. Not a single one of them even had an intact corpse. Who could it be? Who could it be? Avery mumbled to himself amidst the corpses on the ground, ignoring the pungent smell of blood. Could it be that youngster? He only has low god strength. Even if it was a sneak attack, he He shouldn't have been a match for Cage and Eve, especially Cage, who was even more cautious. There was no way he would be killed by a low god. So who could it be? Have I offended anyone recently? Avery mumbled to himself. After a while, his brows bunched and his face suddenly turned sinister. He clenched his teeth and shouted, "Carmelita has been searching for that youngster. Since Andre knows that it's me, does that mean that she knows as well? That ugly monster is the craziest. She has a close relationship with that youngster. Eve even humiliated her. Could it be her? It should be her." Number 3. Avery softly called out. Under the scorching sun, Avery's shadow responded, "Yes, sir. Investigate Carmelita's recent movements and keep a close eye on her. If she does anything out of the ordinary, report to me immediately." Avery instructed. "Yes, sir." Shortly after, a dark shadow escaped from Avery's shadow under the scorching sun. Like an illusory illusion, it disappeared into the beautiful scenery of lush sea flowers in the distance. Northwest of Fort Hassel, in the Greenfire Swamp, Han Shua was hiding in the lush foliage of a large tree. The Greenfire Swamp was an enormous swamp that covered an area of thousands of miles. Faint green flames would burn in the swamp all year round, hence the name Greenfire. From Han Shua's observation, it was because natural gas existed in the swamp. The green flames were natural gas that could be used up. However, the natural gas here was obviously different from what Han Shua knew. It was more flammable and could last longer. That was why the green flames in the swamp never dissipated all year round. In the Greenfire Swamp, there were many magical beasts with low intelligence but astonishing strength. There were also some alien races with high intelligence, such as the eagle-bodied winged beings and the triops that Han Shua had seen in the Abyss realm. They often appeared in the Greenfire Swamp. Other than the swamp and the green flames that could be seen everywhere, there were also some mountains and rivers. Those mountains and rivers had been burnt red by the green flames all year round. Some of the mountains and rivers produced many beautiful energy crystals. Those crystals had special functions and attracted many gods to come and mine them. Not only were there energy ores, but there were also many medicinal ingredients and even poisonous plants that pharmacists needed. Therefore, the Greenfire Swamp was not a peaceful place. The energy crystals and medicinal ingredients in the swamp had attracted many gods from the surrounding forts and small towns to mine them. Naturally, some people with ulterior motives would also sneak into the Greenfire Swamp. They weren't there to mine ores or collect medicinal ingredients, but to devour people. They were god hunters. Han Shua had come to the Greenfire Swamp purely by chance. After killing Cage and Eve, Han Shua discovered that all the divine guards on the island had gone mad. The divine guards of Fort Hassel, upon receiving the news, had also been mobilized. They started searching for any suspicious people from Fort Hassel. Han Shua believed that Avery would immediately figure out who killed Cage and Eve as soon as those divine guards discovered his presence. Therefore, Han Shua had no choice but to retreat. The 1,000-mile swamp was quite a distance away from Fort Hassel. It was densely forested and sparsely populated. It was the perfect place for Han Shua to hide. When he arrived at the Greenfire Swamp and discovered through his demon generals that a pharmacist who was harvesting medicinal ingredients had been devoured by a god hunter, Han Shua was shocked at first. But after observing for a while, he discovered that the god hunters were either alone or in small groups. Furthermore, they didn't possess particularly powerful strength. Han Shua was relieved. Not only was he relieved, but Han Shua was also overjoyed. He started to change his role and think of himself as a hunter. And the prey was none other than the god hunters who preyed on others. After experiencing Avery's assassination attempt, Han Shua had completely sobered up. He realized that his dream of owning a family clan in the City of Shadows was nothing more than a fantasy. If he wanted to truly gain a foothold in the City of Shadows, just having wealth and the support of Carmelita and the House of Saint was far from enough. Only when he became truly powerful and possessed power that no family clan would dare to belittle, could he protect his wealth and gain a foothold in the City of Shadows. Otherwise, it would all be an illusion. After understanding this, Han Shuo made raising his own strength the most pressing matter at the moment. Raising one's demonic cultivation realm often required a suitable opportunity, or some sort of fortuitous encounter. It was very difficult to raise one's strength with just hard work and a moment's effort. However, Han Shuo's two avatars were different. This was especially true for his avatar of death. As it had previously absorbed the divine soul of a mid-god, as long as this avatar could accumulate sufficient divine energy, it would only be a matter of course for it to make a breakthrough. When all the divine essences of death had been used up, the fastest way to continue increasing his divine energy was to kill a cultivator of the same energy. Han Shuo had already overcome the negative effects of devouring energy and therefore, he was not worried that he would be unable to extricate himself. It would be a little difficult for Han Shuo to overcome the mental barrier of killing someone whom he had no grudge against. But it was a different story when it came to god hunters. Therefore, when Han Shuo discovered that there were a small number of god hunters in Greenfire Swamp, not only did he not leave immediately, he was secretly delighted. With the help of his demon generals, Han Shuo had become the most terrifying hunter in Greenfire Swamp. Two mid-god god hunters cultivating in the energy of death became Han Shuo's first targets. After hiding for 3 days, Han Shuo finally found the most opportune moment. He was ready to strike. The intruders were a man and a woman. The man appeared to be in his early 30s while the woman was slightly older, around 40 years old. Of course, that was only Han Shuo. By the standards of Earth and Profound Continent, the two's actual ages were definitely much higher than that. The funny thing was that the man and the woman were also hiding in the dark, silently observing a cave that had been scorched red by green flames. They seemed to be waiting for some prey, but little did they know that Han Shuo had already treated them as his prey. Han Shuo had been observing the man and the woman for 3 days. Both of them cultivated in the energy of death. The woman was a mid-stage mid-god while the man was an early-stage mid-god. Over the course of 3 days, the two had attacked twice and successfully devoured an early-stage low-god of death and a mid-stage low-god of death mining energy ores. "Phalia, are you sure?" the man asked in a low voice. "Don't doubt my judgment. The energy ripples on that little girl's body are too intense. She must have a high god artifact on her. If we can get that divine artifact, we'll be rich." The woman called Phalia licked the corner of her mouth, her eyes filled with greed and cruelty. "A high god divine weapon? Hee hee. That's something that can make us rich." The man laughed softly before he suddenly asked, "Right, Phalia, how old is that little girl? What does she look like?" "You know me, hee hee, damn it, Ridgersea, I don't care how you did it. Just get that high god divine weapon first. If you interfere with my business, I won't show you any mercy." Phalia cursed in a low voice. The two of them waited for a long time. Suddenly, a beautiful little girl walked out of the cave. That little girl looked to be around 10 years old. She had purple hair that draped over her shoulders, and her purple eyes were filled with a cold light. Her skin was tender and white, like a doll. But the cold aura around her was too strong, so she didn't look cute. Instead, she gave off a feeling of being unapproachable. When the man named Ridgersea saw such a beautiful little girl walking out of the cave, his breathing suddenly became rapid. He blushed and softly exclaimed, "So beautiful. Very good. Very good. I like it. Attack. Her guards have yet to come out. Now is the best time to capture her." Phalia was also panting. However, it was obvious that she was panting because of the divine weapon in the little girl's hand. The two suddenly shot out from the dark like two eerie rays of light. The domain of divinity of death abruptly shrouded the little girl and rushed to grab her. "Oh no, they're too fast." Han Shuo had been observing the two for 3 days. Han Shuo did not poke his nose into the two's business when they killed 2 people. Instead, through those 2 observations, he had figured out the two's true strength. This time, when he saw a beautiful little girl about to be killed, he finally couldn't help but want to save her. However, Han Shuo did not expect that the two would act so quickly. They had just met and immediately attacked. However, what happened next was even more unexpected to Han Shuo. A splendid curtain of light suddenly blossomed from the little girl's body. In an instant, a strange force field suddenly erupted. The curtain of light was like a whirlpool that could crush everything. It directly pulled Phalia and the man into it. Even Han Shuo did not see clearly what happened before the two were reduced to a bloody mess that scattered on the ground. What a beautiful scene! The little girl was standing in the pool of blood. Her body was also drenched in blood. A gentle smile suddenly blossomed on her cold face. She mumbled to herself, "It seems that there's another person." Chapter 7:11. At the next moment, Han Shuo, who was hiding in the dark, suddenly felt as though he was shrouded by a peculiar force field. His body felt as though he had sunk into a muddy swamp. A constantly rotating energy curled around him, giving him a feeling that he couldn't break free from it. It was also at this moment that the little girl, who was covered in blood, turned her ice-cold purple eyes towards Han Shuo's hiding place, among the lush leaves of a large tree. The little girl's body was also stained with scarlet blood. The scarlet blood stains on her cute little dress were like blooming red flowers. But when contrasted with the ice-cold aura emanating from her body, she gave off a very frightening feeling. Han Shuo, who was carefully observing the situation below, had absolutely no idea what energy the little girl was using. The only thing he could be sure of was that she wasn't using any of the 12 fundamental energies. Two mid-gods were shredded to pieces in an instant. But not only was the little girl not afraid, she even seemed to be enjoying it. This made Han Shuo feel that she was rather strange. "Big brother, there are caterpillars in the leaves." The little girl's purple eyes suddenly lit up. It was as though she could see through all the obstacles between the two of them. Her voice was cold and sweet. Han Shuo's heart sank. He knew that his whereabouts had been completely exposed. Han Shuo, who couldn't estimate the little girl's strength, pondered for a moment before he flew down from the leaves with a bitter smile. He maintained a certain distance from her and immediately said, "I'm not with them." "Don't misunderstand. Not with them? Ho. What's the difference? You saw me kill them." The little girl blinked and looked at Han Shuo innocently. But her words were as cold as ice. "Are you planning to kill me?" Han Shuo stared blankly for a moment before he put on a faint smile. "Yes, I'm sorry." The little girl bowed slightly, giving Han Shuo an apologetic salute. Then, she floated towards Han Shuo. A strange force field suddenly enveloped the area. This force field was completely different from a divinity's domain. It did not change the elemental distribution in this space at all. Instead, it formed many vortexes that were hard to see with the naked eye. These vortexes contained a strange power that seemed to be able to grind everything around them to pieces. As soon as the force field was formed, Han Shuo's keen divine sense immediately sensed the sudden changes in the surrounding space. The surrounding vortexes were hard to see with the naked eye, but Han Shuo relied on his divine sense's astonishing ability to sense all things, so he could clearly grasp their location and the changes that were happening. The little girl was not affected by any of the whirlpools at all. When she flew towards Han Shuo, her body passed through the whirlpools unscathed. However, Han Shuo knew that those whirlpools contained extremely terrifying energy. The sudden disintegration of the two mid-gods proved the lethality of the whirlpools. The force field was still there. The whirlpools were spinning and moving at high speed. Their target, Han Shuo, was getting tighter and tighter. Han Shuo quietly stared at the little girl who was slowly approaching him. When he discovered that the area he could move was getting smaller and smaller, he slightly bunched his brows. Then, Han Shuo's body turned into afterimages as he moved at high speed within a very small area. His body either elongated or shrunk. He had utilized the body metamorphosis to the extreme and forced his way out of the space that was constantly being compressed. Han Shuo gently took a deep breath and adjusted his state of mind to its peak. He stood in the pool of blood where the little girl was. He casually absorbed the divine souls of the two mid-gods that had yet to dissipate into Cauldron Spirit. Then, he looked at the little girl who was a little surprised and coldly said, "We will mind our own business. If you dare to attack again, I will not rest until you are dead." That little girl didn't seem to expect that Han Shuo would be able to easily escape from the energy field she created. When she looked at Han Shuo again, she suddenly felt that he was covered by a layer of mysterious veil. Her brows were slightly creased, as though she was considering whether she should attack again. After a while, she lightly nodded and said in a cold voice, "There is an unknown energy in your body. It is a kind of energy that I have never seen before. You may leave. We will mind our own business." Han Shuo was startled when he heard those words. He did not expect that this little girl could see through the demonic arts he was concealing with just a glance. Han Shuo was even more afraid to act blindly without thinking. "Master, stay away from this little girl. She is even more terrifying than that guy who attacked you last time." Cauldron Spirit's voice suddenly sounded in Han Shuo's consciousness. As soon as Cauldron Spirit's voice sounded, Han Shuo's expression remained the same. However, his heart was in turmoil. Han Shuo took a deep look at the little girl and did not say anything else. He nodded and concealed himself in the shadows. He immediately vanished from that place. "That little girl, she is even more terrifying than Avery?" Han Shuo asked Cauldron Spirit. The astonishment in his heart had yet to subside after leaving that area. "Yes, I can infer that from her biomagnetic field. Moreover, that little girl has a strange thing in her body. It is the so-called divine weapon of this universe. That divine weapon is not bad, but its energy is also very strange," Cauldron Spirit explained to Han Shuo after a moment of silence. The Cauldron of Myriad Demon was a supreme demonic treasure. As the soul of the Cauldron of Myriad Demon, the Cauldron Spirit still had the arrogance to disregard any demonic treasure despite having exhausted all the demon generals in the cauldron. If even the Cauldron Spirit said that the divine weapon was not bad, Han Shuo believed that the divine weapon in the little girl's body must be extraordinary. Han Shuo immediately made up his mind not to provoke her. An expert with unfathomable strength and a high possibility of possessing a terrifying divine weapon wasn't someone he should pay too much attention to at this time. Especially since the two of them had no enmity, there was even less need for Han Shuo to look for trouble. After the first two targets were killed by the little girl, Han Shuo had no choice but to search for new targets. 2 days later, Han Shuo once again set his sights on an early-stage mid-god godhunter who cultivated in the energy of death. This time, Han Shuo did not run into any trouble. Given Han Shuo's current strength in demonic arts and the large area coverage of the Cauldron Spirit's demon generals, his sudden sneak attack was not something that the godhunter could defend against. Han Shuo once again experienced the wonderful feeling of having the divine energy of death flow from the godhunter's body to his own. Although two people of the same energy could devour each other, the devourer could not obtain all of the divine energy in the other party's body. In fact, the devourer could only obtain about 10% of the divine energy in the other party's body, or even less. After all, the divine energy that others painstakingly cultivated belonged to them. A portion of that divine energy would forever remain in the cultivator's body, mixing with the skin, flesh, bones, and internal organs. It was not something that could be obtained by devouring. In the process of devouring, the divine energy of the one being devoured would be greatly drained. No matter how skilled the devourer was, when the other party was powerless and could only be devoured, it would mean that the devourer could no longer control the divine energy in his body. While a portion of the divine energy would flow into the devourer's body, a larger portion would flow out from the 7 orifices of the body, the hair, and even every pore of the devourer's body. This was something that no one could stop. In the end, the devourer would have to remove the impurities from the divine energy and fuse it with his or her own divine energy. As such, if a devourer devoured a god of the same level, he or she would at most obtain 1/10 of the divine energy in the other party's body. Therefore, Han Shuo only obtained less than 10% of the divine energy in the early-stage mid-god's body. However, the other party was, after all, a mid-god. Just 10% of the divine energy was enough for a low god like Han Shuo to make a breakthrough. Furthermore, Han Shuo's avatar possessed the divine soul of a mid-god. Therefore, the breakthrough happened very quickly. When the avatar discovered that the divine energy was so dense that it was about to undergo a qualitative change, it immediately entered the cauldron of myriad demon and entered a long period of cultivation. Meanwhile, Han Shuo's main body continued to search for other targets, god hunters cultivating in the Edict of Destruction. For the next 7 days, Han Shuo wandered around Greenfire Swamp in an attempt to find a suitable target for his avatar of destruction to enhance its destruction divine energy. However, the result was far beyond Han Shuo's expectations. He could no longer find any god hunters. Unwilling to give up, Han Shuo continued searching in Greenfire Swamp for another 3 days. By chance, a demon general saw the mysterious little girl killing a god hunter cultivating in the Edict of Darkness in the outer perimeter of the swamp and said, "That should be enough." Immediately, Han Shuo understood why he couldn't find any more god hunters. Since the little girl had killed all the god hunters, Han Shuo had no reason to stay in Greenfire Swamp any longer. As for those gods who came for energy ores and medicinal ingredients, Han Shuo couldn't bring himself to kill them. Therefore, he had no choice but to leave Greenfire Swamp. Should I return to the City of Shadows? Han Shuo thought to himself. Cage and Eve had just died not too long ago. If Han Shuo were to return to the City of Shadows during this sensitive period, he might become Avery's target. The chances of him being killed by Avery was too high. Before he could protect himself, Han Shuo hesitated. Before coming to Elysium, Han Shuo had promised Emily, Phoebe, and the others that he would bring them to Elysium as soon as he could. After witnessing the wonders of Elysium, Han Shuo could not stop thinking about bringing them to Elysium. Elysium had abundant elements and the most mature cultivation system. Elysium was, without a doubt, the best place for any god to rapidly improve themselves. In the City of Shadows, Han Shuo had befriended Carmelita and established a relationship with the House of Saint. In addition, the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy had made a name for itself. Han Shuo would be able to quickly establish a foothold in Elysium. However, due to his relationship with the House of Lavers and the fact that he was facing great danger, Han Shuo was caught in a dilemma. Han Shuo couldn't make up his mind no matter how hard he thought about it. However, he was already walking towards the exit of Greenfire Swamp. Half a day later, Han Shuo had exited Greenfire Swamp and was slowly walking in the direction of the City of Shadows. He had made up his mind that he would wait outside the City of Shadows for a period of time and enter the city after the commotion had died down. Whoosh! Whoosh! Han Shuo suddenly heard a sound coming from behind him. Han Shuo was startled and immediately turned his head to look. He suddenly discovered a small white dot rapidly approaching. In just a few blinks of an eye, that white dot had transformed into that mysterious little girl. She was gnashing her teeth as she madly charged in his direction. The expression on her face was somewhat sinister, causing Han Shuo to immediately raise his guard as though he was facing a great enemy. The little girl's perception was exceedingly keen. Now that the distance between the two had shrunk once again, Han Shuo thought that she must have discovered him, or perhaps her goal was to kill him. Having witnessed the little girl's fearsomeness, Han Shuo also seemed a bit flustered. He hastily turned to face her, prepared to fight to the death. However, the situation was somewhat beyond Han Shuo's expectations. That little girl's body suddenly swayed unsteadily. She wore a painful expression on her face. When she saw Han Shuo appear in front of her, she seemed rather stunned. She cried out in fear and suddenly fell from midair. Soon enough, a plop sound came from the ocean beneath Han Shuo's feet. A small hand was constantly waving in the water as though it was trying to say something. That little girl is gravely injured. I can sense it. It was at this moment that Cauldron Spirit transmitted to Han Shuo again. Han Shuo, who was initially startled, became even more astonished after hearing Cauldron Spirit's words. He immediately looked all around in suspicion and released a few of the demon generals that Cauldron Spirit had kept away. The little girl's strength was already ridiculously terrifying. Wouldn't the person who could seriously injure her be even more terrifying? With this realization, Han Shuo immediately prepared to leave as soon as possible. The little girl in the ocean below was not cute at all. Han Shuo had seen her kill people effortlessly and had no sympathy for her. He just wanted to get away from this trouble as soon as possible. Save me. Suddenly, the struggling little girl below barely managed to float her drenched head out of the water. She looked at Han Shuo, who was coldly watching from above, and cried out softly with great difficulty. At this moment, there was only weakness on her face, as well as a delicate and pitiful look. She had long since lost the ferocity she displayed when killing people at Greenfire Swamp. Han Shuo was still moved by compassion. He sighed softly and leapt into the sea, grabbing the little girl and quickly leaving this place. Boom! A loud explosion suddenly sounded from the direction of Greenfire Swamp. Even though it was very far away, Han Shuo could still hear it. The little girl who was on the verge of death was immediately shocked. She hurriedly said, "Hurry, hurry, they've rushed out of the boundary." Han Shuo did not know who was chasing after her, but when he heard her say this, he did not dare to think too much about it. He immediately fled from that troublesome place as fast as he could. He passed by Neptune's Tier, Fort Hassel, and another village. Han Shuo stopped in the middle of a mountain range. The little girl who was quietly grabbing the corner of Han Shuo's clothes leaned against Han Shuo and said softly, "They shouldn't have caught up. Who is chasing you?" Han Shuo frowned and looked down at the weak and powerless girl. He asked, "What is your name?" After a moment of hesitation, she softly said, "Andrina." As for who was chasing her, she did not say. "Are you feeling better? Can you leave by yourself?" This little girl was too dangerous. She was basically a hot potato. Han Shuo did not want to have someone by his side who could threaten his life and whose origins were unknown. "Are you going to leave me behind?" Andrina blinked her purple eyes and asked pitifully. "Your strength is too terrifying. I don't even know where you came from. If I keep you by my side, who knows when I will become a pile of broken limbs. Well, since we have escaped from the enemy's pursuit, I think it's time for us to part ways. You don't have to thank me, that's all." Han Shuo knew how dangerous the little girl was and he hastily tried to distance himself from her. "If you leave me behind now, I will definitely be killed in less than 3 days. Andrina calmly looked at Han Shuo and softly said, "But if you continue to run away with me, I will repay you after I recover from my injuries and swear that I will not harm you." "Who is chasing you?" Han Shuo suddenly asked after a moment of silence. "The God Hunters, the most powerful ones." Andrina was somewhat hesitant. But when she saw Han Shuo's serious expression, she knew that if she didn't give an answer, Han Shuo would immediately leave. Didn't you kill all the God Hunters in Greenfire Swamp? Why are there still more?" Han Shuo was shocked. "There are a few new ones. They came specifically for me. They are the leaders of the God Hunters." Andrina seemed rather astonished that Han Shuo knew what she did in Greenfire Swamp. However, she still answered honestly. "Are they at the level of Bravst?" Han Shuo asked in a deep voice. How do you know Bravst?" Andrina cried out in surprise. "I was nearly killed by that guy." "Of course I know his name," Han Shuo replied. "Do you have any crystal coins on you?" Angelina did not continue talking about God Hunters and suddenly changed the topic. Han Shuo wouldn't let her off so easily. He stared at Andrina and asked, "You haven't answered my question." "I will tell you after I recover from my injuries. Right now, I am a seriously injured patient," she said weakly as she looked at Han Shuo with a pitiful expression. Han Shuo casually took out a medicine bottle and handed it to Andrina. He said, "Eat this, it will help with your injuries." Andrina shook her head and softly said, "It's no use. My body is special. No medicine can help me." Do you have crystal coins?" Han Shuo stared blankly for a moment before he casually grabbed a handful of black crystal coins. He handed them to Andrina and said, "You are injured to this extent. Why would you need crystal coins?" You. This is. Before he could finish his sentence, Han Shuo suddenly saw Andrina take the black crystal coins and immediately put them into her mouth. Crunching sounds could be heard as the black crystal coins entered Andrina's lower abdomen. Han Shuo noticed that her complexion seemed a little better after eating the crystal coins. Do you have more?" Andrina wiped the corner of her mouth and cautiously asked again. Yes. Yes. Han Shuo was astonished. He hastily took out a bag of black crystal coins from his space ring and handed it to her. There were about 5,000 of them. Han Shuo was extremely astonished. He didn't expect that Andrina wanted crystal coins not to spend them, but to eat them. Chapter 7:12. Do you have more? Andrina asked cautiously again after all 5,000 black crystal coins had disappeared into her abdomen a few minutes later. Han Shuo's face turned a little ugly. He threw another big bag of black crystal coins to Andrina, his heart bleeding. "Do you have more? Do you have more?" "No, no more." Han Shuo's face turned livid. He glared at Andrina and said, "You ate 90,000 black crystal coins in one go. Are you still not full?" He began to fly into a rage. The potions he had painstakingly refined last time had earned him a total of 96,000 black crystal coins. Originally, these crystal coins were enough for Han Shuo to live a comfortable life. He didn't expect that Andrina would finish all of them in just half an hour. It would be strange if he wasn't angry. Han Shuo let out a low growl. Andrina also felt guilty. She lowered her head and didn't dare to look at Han Shuo. She said softly, "I'm far from full. But my injuries are a little better now. Well, I'm a little sleepy. I'm going to sleep first." Andrina ignored Han Shuo's murderous gaze and snored heavily. She clutched Han Shuo's arm tightly and fell into a deep sleep. "My crystal coins." Han Shuo let out a long howl. Looking at Andrina, who had fallen into a deep sleep, he yelled angrily, "What kind of monster are you? How did you eat 90,000 black crystal coins in one go?" Unfortunately, Andrina couldn't hear Han Shuo's complaints anymore. After eating 90,000 black crystal coins, Han Shuo discovered that Andrina's serious injuries were recovering at a miraculous speed. In her deep sleep, her body was like the most sophisticated machine, breaking down the energy contained in the black crystal coins and distributing them to every part of her body that was injured. Crystal coins on Elysium were a kind of energy ore, and black crystal coins contained the most energy. However, according to Han Shuo's knowledge, although the energy contained in crystal coins had a wide range of uses, they were generally used in interplanar transportation matrices, boundary towers, and energy towers, or in refining divine weapons. He had never heard of Andrina directly using it on a human body. Who exactly is this Andrina? Han Shuo was puzzled. She fell into a deep sleep, completely ignoring the dangers outside and placing her safety in the hands of Han Shuo. Han Shuo knew that the god hunters in Greenfire Swamp were still after her, and therefore, he didn't dare to stay in the area for too long. After Andrina finished eating his 90,000 black crystal coins, Han Shuo was determined to take her with him. He was going to settle the score with her when she woke up. Half a month later, Han Shuo arrived at a mountain range near the City of Shadows. Han Shuo was very familiar with the area. He easily found the underground cave that he had stayed in for a long time and entered it with Andrina. Andrina slept for half a month. During her deep sleep, her body was constantly filled with energy. Her face, which was on the verge of death, started to have traces of redness. Her heavily injured body was noticeably in better shape. However, the fact that Andrina showed no signs of waking up after sleeping for half a month gave Han Shuo quite a headache. The City of Shadows was right in front of him, but it didn't seem appropriate to bring Andrina into the city while she was in a deep sleep. However, if he were to leave Andrina alone, one could well imagine what would happen to her if someone discovered her whereabouts. Besides, Andrina owed Han Shua 90,000 black crystal coins and Han Shua was still waiting for her to repay the huge sum. Han Shua had no choice but to stay in the underground cave. His 3 bodies cultivated together while waiting for Andrina to wake up. During this process, Han Shua did not stay idle. Using the coverage of his demon generals, he slowly learned about the current situation in the City of Shadows from the patrolling divine guards. Avery, who had lost his son and daughter, had mobilized the forces of the Fifth Corps and the House of Lavers to the fullest. They began to search for any murderers who might have killed his children. Those who had a grudge against the House of Lavers and Avery himself had sleepless nights during this period of time. They were in a state of chaos because of Avery. Several people who were once enemies of Avery and had coincidentally appeared in the vicinity of Fort Hassel had vanished without a trace. The higher-ups of the major family clans in the City of Shadows knew that Avery had gone crazy during this period of time. They secretly warned their descendants not to provoke Avery, who had lost his mind. Those family clans that held grudges against Avery had tightened their defenses. After learning about some of Avery's crazy actions, Han Shua realized that Avery probably did not consider him as the biggest suspect. After all, Han Shua's strength was far too weak in Avery's eyes. Logically speaking, there was no way he could have killed Cage and Eve without anyone noticing. With that, Han Shua was secretly relieved. He knew that the pressure on him would lessen after he returned to the City of Shadows. Godswamp Pharmacy in the City of Shadows. Stice kneeled on the ground and reported in a deep voice, "Master, Avery is investigating Carmelita. It seems that Avery suspects Carmelita." An elderly man with a head full of white hair and a face as clear as jade put on a faint smile and said, "Avery is naturally paranoid. In addition to the fact that the incident was indeed very fishy, he will not only suspect Carmelita, but also every one of his enemies. However, we naturally have to make him point his finger at Carmelita. That way, when the two sides fight, we will be able to enjoy the show. Master, that youngster has disappeared without a trace. We still can't find a single trace of him," Stice said in a low voice. The white-haired old man subconsciously tapped the corner of his chair with his index finger. There was a look of doubt on his face as he said, "That kid really exceeded my expectations. Avery personally made a move, but he actually failed to kill him. This is really unbelievable. Forget it, it's fine as long as he's not in the City of Shadows. There's no need to worry about him. So many family clans couldn't find his whereabouts. It's only a pity that he lost the medicine formula. Master, what should we do next?" Stice asked in a respectful voice. After pondering for a moment, the elderly man suddenly said, "Let's use the pawn we left in the House of Saint. We are willing to sacrifice that pawn in exchange for a piece of information that will make Avery certain that Carmelita had sent someone to Fort Hassel." "Understood." Stice put on a gloomy smile and respectfully withdrew from the room. On the third day, inside a secret chamber of the Fifth Corps, Avery's face was as cold as a blade. He asked, "Are you sure?" A divine guard of the House of Saint, when he was drunk last night, unintentionally mentioned that Carmelita had sent someone to Fort Hassel. The time was exactly 8 days before the death of the young master and the young lady. Judging from the time, it fits perfectly. A figure in the darkness replied indifferently. "That vicious and ugly woman. It's her. It's really her." All Eve said was that she was ugly and yet she dared to do such a thing. What a heartless and heartless whore. How dare she? Avery's body was shivering. He gnashed his teeth and roared. "My lord, isn't it the House of Saint?" The shadow pondered for a moment before he gently reminded. "So what if it's the House of Saint? If worst comes to worst, I'll just leave the City of Shadows. With my strength, even if I leave the City of Shadows, I can still survive in the Darkness Dominion. How dare she kill my son and daughter? I will not let her off so easily." Avery bellowed hysterically. His face was malevolent and crazed. The shadow did not say anything else. He knew that once Avery had made up his mind, even if he knew it was wrong, he would continue down that path. All persuasion would be futile. After a long while, Avery gradually calmed down. He calmly said, however, this matter needs to be carefully planned out. That ugly woman possesses extraordinary strength. Even if I were to personally attack her, I wouldn't have the confidence to defeat her. Although Avery was confident that he could defeat Carmelita, he wasn't completely confident. Therefore, he didn't dare to act rashly. Another 2 months passed. One day, Han Shuo, who was in the midst of cultivation, suddenly sensed movement beside him. Immediately, he opened his eyes and looked straight at Andrina, whose long eyelashes were fluttering. Andrina, who had been in a deep sleep for nearly 4 months, was no longer as pale as a sheet of paper. Instead, her fair complexion had a tinge of redness. Andrina's eyelashes fluttered for a moment before she opened her beautiful purple eyes. She stretched lazily and wore a satisfied and comfortable smile on her face. In a melodious voice, she said, "How long have I been asleep?" "Phew. I feel much better. My body doesn't hurt as much anymore." Han Shuo's handsome face immediately darkened when he saw that Andrina had woken up. He bluntly demanded, "Pay me 90,000 black crystal coins." Andrina's small face was full of a bitter smile. She looked at Han Shuo pitifully and said, "I didn't expect that the first thing I would hear after waking up would be asking me to pay. Aren't you going too far? 90,000 black crystal coins. That's all I have. Do you know what 90,000 black crystal coins mean? Do you know how long I've worked hard? How long have I saved up? Do you know how many things 90,000 black crystal coins can buy? Do you know?" Han Shuo beat his chest and stamped his feet. His tone was filled with endless resentment. "I don't have a single crystal coin," Andrina said concisely after patiently listening to Han Shuo's complaints. Han Shuo was speechless. Having said so much in vain, Han Shuo was crestfallen. He suddenly thought of something and his spirits lifted. He looked at Andrina with a grin like a big bad wolf looking at a little white rabbit. He said with a mischievous smile, "Do you have anything valuable? For example, a divine weapon that can be used as crystal coins?" "No way." Andrina suddenly hugged her shoulders with her hands, as if to protect the things on her body tightly. She took a small step back and said, "I don't have anything that I can give you in exchange for gold coins. Don't even think about it." "Then how are you going to compensate me for the 90,000 black crystal coins that you owe me?" As soon as Han Shuo saw that his method didn't work, he immediately abandoned his hypocritical face and put on a ferocious expression. During this period of time, Andrina had been very quiet and she would often put on a pitiful expression in front of Han Shuo. Han Shuo had forgotten just how fierce she used to be. Andrina obviously wasn't afraid of Han Shuo. She even stretched out her hand and pulled on the corner of Han Shuo's mouth. Just as Han Shuo was about to go berserk, she giggled and said, "Don't pretend to be so fierce. I know that you are actually a good person. You are different from those god hunters. Last time, you definitely didn't hide in the shadows with evil intentions. Hee, you saved me when I was seriously injured and treated me very well. I know that you won't hurt me." After taking a short pause, Andrina smilingly added, "Also, you can't hurt me now." After hearing Andrina's words, Han Shuo put on a dispirited face. The ferocious expression on his face was no longer there. He said to her in a dispirited manner, "Have you recovered from your injuries? If you have, go and earn some money and return my crystal coins to me. After that, go and do whatever you need to do. I haven't fully recovered, but it's more than enough to protect myself." Andrina giggled. She twirled her body in front of Han Shuo and smoothed out the creases on her little dress. She then nodded in satisfaction and said, "I don't know how to earn money, but I am willing to protect you for a period of time. Consider it as compensation for eating your crystal coins. You will protect me?" Han Shuo let out a disdainful groan, but he immediately shut his mouth. When he recalled Andrina's terrifying means and the cauldron spirit's evaluation of her, his mind churned rapidly. After a while, he probingly asked, can the current you withstand a sneak attack from an early-stage high god? It shouldn't be a problem. Although I can't defeat him for the time being, it should be more than enough to escape with you. Right, if you can get me that many crystal coins, we won't even have to escape. Andrina thought for a moment and replied. Han Shuo was shocked when he saw that Andrina didn't seem to be lying. Andrina was still confident that she could withstand an early-stage high god under such circumstances. Han Shuo knew that the true strength of this little girl could only be described as terrifying. However, her ability to eat crystal coins gave Han Shuo a huge headache. 10,000 black crystal coins a year. You ate 90,000 black crystal coins of mine and protected me for 9 years. That's it. Han Shuo said straightforwardly. Hiring a high god as a bodyguard would cost far more than 10,000 black crystal coins a year. Han Shuo was prepared to bargain with Andrina. He thought that he would have to keep her for at least a year before letting her go. To Han Shuo's surprise, Andrina did not raise any objections to Han Shuo's proposal. Instead, she very straightforwardly agreed. She giggled and said, "All right, you are a good person and I don't have anything to do for the time being." Han Shuo stared blankly for a moment. 90,000 black crystal coins was definitely not enough to hire a high god for 9 years. But Andrina's straightforwardness made Han Shuo rather suspicious. He thought, could she be plotting something? This little girl is definitely not as innocent as she looks. She is a little freak who kills without blinking an eye. Is it a blessing or a curse to keep her around for so long? What are you worried about? Andrina asked as though she could see through Han Shuo's thoughts. No, nothing. Han Shuo put on a straight face and said, "Come, let's go to the City of Shadows." With Andrina by his side, Han Shuo decided not to hide anymore. As long as Avery did not ambush him, Han Shuo did not have to worry about Avery's revenge. Therefore, he openly returned to the City of Shadows with Andrina. After not returning to the City of Shadows for a long time, when Han Shuo stepped into the city, all the large family clans that learned of his return immediately took action. Their target was the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Chapter 713. All of a sudden, the crowd converged towards the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy and blocked its entrance. When Han Shuo arrived at the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy from the City of Shadows, he discovered that the place was already packed with people. He roughly estimated that there were at least 500 people gathered in front of the entrance of the tiny Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Anaito and his entourage who were in charge of guarding the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy stood in front of the entrance. They were at a loss as to what to do when faced with so many powerful people from various family clans. Those in front of Anaito were all influential figures in the City of Shadows. Logically speaking, he should have allowed them to enter the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Unfortunately, the first floor of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy was too small to accommodate so many people at the same time. The second and third floors were where Han Shuo refined medicines. It was impossible for strangers to enter. Anaito was at a loss as to what to do, especially when Andre of the Saint family was among those people. Anaito was in an even bigger dilemma. If he were to allow Andre to enter, the others would certainly not be willing. But if all of them were to enter, there would not be enough space. Therefore, Anaito forced a smile and bowed while apologizing profusely. Fortunately, those people did not mind. They were happily chatting with each other as they waited for Han Shuo's arrival. After the previous experience of distributing medicines according to the number of people, these people who received the news of Han Shuo's return immediately dragged several groups of family clan guards and rushed to the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy to wait for Han Shuo. That was why the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy was so packed. This is. When Han Shuo arrived at the entrance of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, he was immediately at a loss whether to laugh or cry at the scene before him. Brian, you're back. Just in time, haha, I've been waiting for a long time. Hurry up and take out the newly refined medicines. Brian, it's good that you're fine. I've prepared all the crystal coins. We'll do as you say. Before Han Shuo could react, those who knew and did not know him shouted one after another. They sounded very familiar with Han Shuo, but Han Shuo knew that he had only met them once. Some of them he had not even met before. Because of Han Shuo's arrival, the bustling crowd parted to form a path leading to the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Standing in front of the entrance of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy were several high-ranking members of large family clans who were smiling and waving at Han Shuo, urging him to hurry up. I didn't expect that you would be so popular in this city. Andrina, who was standing beside Han Shuo, said softly. The Andrina in front of others had reverted to the cold and indifferent expression that Han Shuo had when he first met her. Her adorable little face was deliberately cold and unsmiling. It made her look rather out of place in this bustling environment. Han Shuo forced a smile and walked straight to the entrance of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. He took a look at Anito, who was sweating profusely, and Andre, who was standing there with a smile on his face. He bowed slightly and said, "My apologies for making you wait so long." It's fine, it's fine." The crowd hastily replied. After greeting each and every one of them smilingly, Han Shuo arrived at the first floor of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. He swept a glance at the leaders of large family clans and said, "I know very well the purpose of your visit. This time, we will distribute the medicines according to each family clan instead of the number of heads." Those present at the entrance of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy were all leaders of large family clans and their divine guards. Only those long-established family clans in the City of Shadows were able to receive the news immediately upon Han Shuo's return. Regis of the House of Kisa immediately put on an awkward smile. He had brought the most divine guards with him and thought that he would be able to take advantage of the situation. He did not expect that Han Shuo would not distribute the medicines according to the number of heads. "Regis, what's the matter? Do you have any objections?" Bess of the House of Kinson covered her mouth and giggled. No objections," Regis immediately denied with a mischievous smile. How about this, each family clan can send in a few representatives. As for the divine guards of their family clans, they will remain outside for the time being, Han Shuo suggested. Everyone nodded in agreement. Then, Andre of the House of Saint, Bess and her daughter Jia of the House of Kinson, Regis of the House of Kisa, and Tuyas of the House of Buller walked in one after another. The House of Lavers that Han Shuo was most familiar with, however, did not send anyone. Regis was the cousin of the Patriarch of the House of Kisa and one of the 7 chief of divine guards in the City of Shadows. He was in charge of the 6th Corps. He cultivated in the energy of death and was an early-stage high god. Tuyas was the uncle of the Patriarch of the House of Buller. As his talent in cultivation was limited, he had lived his entire life in the realm of late-stage mid-god and cultivated in the energy of darkness. However, he was a genius in business. Most of the businesses in the House of Buller were managed by him. "Brian, why did you disappear for so long? Do you know that all the major family clans have sent people to search for you?" Jia asked smilingly to Han Shuo. "I went on a trip with a friend but was delayed by something. That's why I came back so late." Thank you all for your concern. I will remember it." Han Shuo said smilingly, "All right, I have refined more than 1,000 bottles of various medicines. I will take out 1,000 bottles and distribute them among the 4 major family clans. Each family clan will get 250 bottles. Do you have any problem with that?" "Of course." The crowd replied in unison. Han Shuo had long known that these people would listen to him. He smilingly took out 1,000 bottles of medicines and placed them on the cabinets in front of the crowd. The price and function of each bottle were clearly displayed. Under the gazes of the crowd, Han Shuo divided the 1,000 bottles of medicines into 4 pieces. There were more than 600 bottles of pellets of rejuvenation. Each bottle was worth 100 black crystal coins. There were also some pellets of tranquility and nirvana pills with prices ranging from 300 to 500 black crystal coins. Han Shuo did not treat the House of Saint unfairly. Each family had the same quantity and type of pellets. After Han Shuo divided the medicines into 4 pieces, the representatives of the 4 major family clans took out their black crystal coins one after another and threw them in front of Han Shuo. Each family clan had more crystal coins than the other. Han Shuo didn't need to look to know that there were at least 150,000 black crystal coins in his account. Andrina, who was standing beside him, suddenly stared at the 4 heavy bags of crystal coins in front of Han Shuo with shining eyes. She subconsciously licked the corner of her mouth as if she was looking at an incomparably sumptuous delicacy. Han Shuo immediately understood what Andrina was thinking when he saw the greedy look in her eyes. Han Shuo really couldn't predict what this mysterious little girl was thinking. He was afraid that she would be unable to resist the temptation in her heart and directly swallow the crystal coins in front of everyone. Han Shuo lightly coughed and waved his hand. His space ring flashed 4 times and the 4 bags of black crystal coins disappeared. After the bags of crystal coins were stored in the space ring, Han Shuo immediately checked the numbers on the bags with his consciousness. He discovered that each bag of crystal coins was exactly 40,000 black crystal coins. The 4 bags of black crystal coins were a total of 160,000 black crystal coins. He had earned more than last time. Hee, everyone, are you satisfied? Han Shuo's mood immediately turned for the better. He asked smilingly. Of course, we are satisfied. The 4 of them secretly put away their medicines and chatted with Han Shuo for a while. Under Han Shuo's hints, 3 of them left in satisfaction. Naturally, the one who stayed behind was André of the House of Saint. After the other 3 families left one after another, André put on a gentle smile and said to Han Shuo, Carmelita is currently not in the City of Shadows. Do you know where she is? What is she doing? Without immediately answering André's question, Han Shuo took out a bag of black crystal coins and handed it to Andrina, who had been looking at him pitifully. He instructed, go upstairs. No matter what, don't fall asleep like last time. Andrina nodded. Her eyes were filled with excitement. She hugged the big bag of 40,000 black crystal coins that Han Shuo handed to her and hastily headed to the 2nd and 3rd floors. She was unwilling to stay for even a moment longer. After Andrina left, Han Shuo let out a soft sigh and said, I don't know where she went, but I know that she has been looking for me. I believe that her departure has something to do with me, right? Han Shuo wasn't completely ignorant of the situation in the City of Shadows. From the conversations of the divine guards who were searching for him, Han Shuo knew that Carmelita had spared no effort in searching for him. Han Shuo was very touched. He understood that Carmelita truly considered him as a friend. André, who had been observing Han Shuo, nodded in his mind. He was very satisfied with Han Shuo's performance. He was not pretentious, but he also revealed his true feelings. This made André feel very comfortable. That's right. She has indeed gone to other places to look for you. Carmelita truly considers you as a friend. She doesn't want anything to happen to you. Therefore, I don't want anything to happen to you either. Do you understand? André pointed at Han Shuo. Han Shuo stared blankly for a moment before he looked at André in astonishment. He couldn't figure out the real meaning behind André's words. He asked, You mean, I want you to be alive and well? André put on a solemn face and said in a deep voice with a solemnity that was rarely seen on Han Shuo, I have investigated the matter thoroughly. You can rest assured that Avery will not dare to do anything to you again. Han Shuo was startled. He suddenly raised his head and said, You. He didn't understand why André would help him so much. He was at a loss for what to do with this sudden gesture of goodwill. Of course, I can only make sure that Avery will not dare to do anything to you again. As for the grievances you suffered last time, as a member of the House of Saint, I cannot do anything to Avery for the sake of the stability of the City of Shadows. I hope you can understand, André explained softly. After thinking for a moment, he continued without waiting for Han Shuo to reply, Also, do not mention this matter to Carmelita. I know her temperament. If she were to know that you were seriously injured by Avery, given her usual temperament, she would definitely stand up for you. If that were to happen, it might even cause the House of Lavers to rebel. This is definitely not something we wish to see. After keeping silent for a moment, Han Shuo nodded with difficulty and said, I understand. One day, I will avenge myself. When you have the strength to do so, I will not stop you. Perhaps I will even help you. But before that, you still need to be cautious. Alright, I won't say much. Just keep my words in mind. Andre stood up smilingly and walked out of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Han Shuo understood Andre's position very well. It was already beyond Han Shuo's expectations that Andre was willing to keep him safe. Naturally, he wouldn't ask Andre to stand up for him on behalf of the House of Saint and find trouble with Avery. The more power and value a person had, the more respect and status they would receive. Han Shuo knew that his current value was far from enough to make the House of Saint and the House of Lavers turn against each other for him. However, Han Shuo was still unwilling to give up. He believed that one day, he would have enough leverage to make the House of Saint be willing to eliminate Avery for his sake. As long as he had enough strength, nothing was impossible. Is that guy gone? As soon as Han Shuo arrived at the third floor of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, Andrina's voice immediately sounded, that guy is pretty good. He almost discovered my hidden strength. She stuffed black crystal coins into her mouth one after another. Her voice was muffled. There are 40,000 black crystal coins in that bag. Remember, you have another 4 years to live. Han Shuo came over mainly to remind her. Also, don't make me sleep for another 3 to 4 months like last time. Got it. This time, I will eat them one by one and digest them slowly. I won't be in the same situation as last time. Alright, don't disturb me. Go do what you need to do. Andrina's little face was filled with impatience. Her eyes were glowing as she stared at the crystal coins in her hand. Han Shuo had no choice but to return to the second floor. The second floor had been redecorated and looked even more dazzling than before the destruction. Sparkling and translucent pharmaceutical utensils were placed everywhere. Those who didn't know better would definitely think that Han Shuo was a genuine pharmacist. Little would they know that Han Shuo only used a single 9 tessellation cauldron to refine medicinal pellets. Anaito was standing guard outside the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy with all his might. After all the major family clans had left one after another, Anaito walked in and asked with a fawning smile, did you leave some for our third core? 100 bottles. Only 20,000 black crystal coins from your Lord Erebus. Han Shuo had long prepared additional medicinal pellets. As soon as Anaito walked in, Han Shuo laid out the medicines on the table. Anaito was also prepared. He immediately took out a bag of crystal coins with a big smile on his face. It was obvious that the bag contained more than 20,000 black crystal coins. He carefully took out 20,000 black crystal coins and respectfully handed them to Han Shuo. He said, Brian, as someone who works for others, it is only natural that I cannot be as generous as other family clans. This is a public expense. Any excess will have to be turned in. So, got it. Take the medicines and hand them in. Thank you for your efforts in my shop these past few days. Han Shuo naturally understood that those black crystal coins did not belong to Anaito. He couldn't be bothered to haggle over such a trivial matter. It's my pleasure, my pleasure. Anaito hastily replied smilingly. After taking the medicines, he instructed his divine guards, I will go to the third core to hand in my report. You all stay here. You know what to do if anyone dares to cause trouble. After saying those words, Anaito hastily left. Brian, long time no see, Han Shuo, who was about to enter, suddenly heard a familiar voice. He turned his head and saw Donna standing in front of the medicine door. Donna was as dazzling as ever. However, when Han Shuo saw her eyes, they seemed to be tinged with sadness. Although she was still smiling, that smile appeared somewhat forced. Han Shuo, who had killed Cage and Eve, had never regretted his actions. He had a clear conscience. Who asked Avery to attack him first? However, when facing Donna, Han Shua still felt somewhat awkward. It was as though he felt that he had secretly done something wrong to Donna. Han Shua chuckled and said, "Sister Donna, long time no see indeed. I heard that you had made a trip to the Space Dominion. Ah, I even paid you a visit. Too bad you weren't there." Donna looked at Han Shua, who was praising her in front of her. She let out a soft sigh in her heart and replied with a forced smile, "Yes, I did go on a long trip. I didn't expect that when I returned, my two good-for-nothing siblings would be killed. She wouldn't have discovered something and become suspicious of me, right? That's impossible. Even Avery didn't suspect me. Why would Donna?" Han Shua's heart skipped a beat. However, the smile on his face did not diminish. He warmly invited Donna in before he sighed and said, "Sister Donna, I have heard a little about what happened to your siblings. My condolences." Could it be that it wasn't him? Donna, who had been secretly observing Han Shua's every change in expression, did not see the slightest bit of abnormality on Han Shua's face. No one in the House of Lavers would suspect Han Shua because, to their knowledge, Han Shua didn't have the strength nor the guts to do so. However, Donna, who had been to the Profound Continent and fought side by side with Han Shua, didn't think so. Donna understood Han Shua's viciousness and decisiveness. She had also faintly guessed that Han Shua had concealed his strength. Therefore, when she learned of Cage and Eve's deaths, she only needed to do a little investigation before the first person she suspected was Han Shua. There were many people in the City of Shadows who held grudges against Cage and Eve. However, Donna couldn't think of anyone who would be so decisive and ruthless. Avery suspected that Carmelita was the culprit, but Donna, who was quite close to Carmelita, knew that Carmelita wouldn't be so vengeful. She was sure that Carmelita wasn't the culprit. Donna didn't know why the first person she thought of was Han Shua. However, when this thought surfaced in her mind, she felt that the possibility of it being the culprit was very high. Her suspicions grew even stronger after Han Shua returned safely to the City of Shadows. Donna had arrived at the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy long ago but was not in a hurry to enter. She waited until everyone had left before she met with Han Shua alone. "You saved Eve the last time. It's a pity that she didn't know any better and still harbors a grudge against you. I haven't thanked you yet." Donna thanked Han Shua with a dejected expression. She had long figured out what happened last time. Donna kept mentioning Cage and Eve. Looking at her suspicious eyes, he wouldn't be Han Shua if he still didn't know what was going on. Unknowingly, an irreparable crack had appeared between the two who should have been best friends. Donna did not expect this outcome, and neither did Han Shua. Han Shua, who had guessed the purpose of Donna's visit, deepened the smile on his face. However, the sincerity in his voice had decreased by a few notches. After a series of half-truths and half-truths, Donna failed to obtain any information from Han Shua. She left behind a bag of crystal coins and took the 100 vials of medicines from Han Shua before she left in dejection. After arriving at the entrance of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, Donna examined the vials of medicines in her hand. She softly muttered to herself, "I knew that you would climb to a high position, but I didn't expect that you would step on the corpses of my family members." After letting out a soft sigh, Donna quietly left. Inside the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, Han Shua coldly watched as Donna walked further and further away. It was only after her figure had completely disappeared from his sight that he softly said, "I had no choice but to do so." Chapter 7:14. For the next few days, Han Shua lived a leisurely life. Andrina, who was on the third floor, was still munching on crystal coins as though they were biscuits. Her complexion was getting better and better. It was obvious that she had mostly recovered from her injuries. Han Shua did not go out to collect medicinal ingredients or refine medicinal pellets. Instead, he stayed on the second floor and meditated. He understood that in the City of Shadows, only members of large family clans could afford to buy medicinal pellets with crystal coins. After all, such people were in the minority. If he were to refine too many medicinal pellets, the supply and demand would be out of balance. That would not reflect the rarity and preciousness of his medicines. Therefore, Han Shuo did not continue to collect medicinal ingredients to refine medicinal pellets. He told the public that he had too few medicinal ingredients and that his energy was limited. 3 months went by in the blink of an eye. Han Shuo's avatar that had been painstakingly cultivating the energy of death in the cauldron of myriad demon finally made a breakthrough to the early-stage mid-god realm. With the help of the mid-god divine soul, Han Shuo's avatar rapidly stabilized its current realm and focused on mastering several new energy techniques. Han Shuo's avatar of destruction had become even more adept at using the orb of destruction. He could now use it at will. According to Cauldron Spirit, after his main body was reconstructed, the strength of Han Shuo's physical body had improved to the point that it could withstand a portion of Cauldron Spirit's demon general energy. In other words, Han Shuo could temporarily borrow Cauldron Spirit's energy to dramatically increase his strength for a short period of time. However, this came at a great risk. If Han Shuo's body was unable to withstand the risk, or if he was seriously injured again, he would not be able to recover as easily as before. That was because borrowing Cauldron Spirit's energy required the use of Han Shuo's demonic infant. Once the demonic infant was injured, Han Shuo would have to spend far more time to recover than his physical body could. In short, according to Cauldron Spirit, Han Shuo's current body could borrow a portion of Cauldron Spirit's energy to dramatically increase Han Shuo's strength in an instant. However, this process would only last for a very short period of time. Once it was over, both his physical body and his demonic infant would pay a heavy price. When Han Shuo learned of this information from Cauldron Spirit, he was rather delighted. The short-term boost in strength would be enough for Han Shuo to deal with some unexpected events, such as Avery's sudden attack. Donna never came to see him again. Although she didn't say it out loud, Han Shuo knew that Donna was suspicious of him. He knew that the two of them couldn't be as close as before. Although he felt helpless, Han Shuo didn't try to salvage the relationship. From the moment he treated Avery as his enemy, he knew that he and Donna would part ways one day. During this period of time, Andre paid another visit and asked Han Shuo if he knew anything about Carmelita. As Carmelita had not returned to the City of Shadows for several months and had not sent any news to the House of Saint for over a month, Andre was rather worried about her safety. Naturally, Han Shuo couldn't provide Andre with any help. He could only honestly admit that he knew nothing about Carmelita's safety. It seemed that Avery of the Fifth Corps was also working outside. He hadn't been in the City of Shadows for over 2 months. With Avery not in the City of Shadows, Han Shuo didn't have to be constantly on guard against Avery's attacks. One day, Han Shuo, who was meditating on the 2nd floor, received an invitation. The invitation came from the Godswamp Pharmacy in the City of Shadows. It stated that there was an exchange meeting between pharmacists and Han Shuo was invited. Han Shuo wanted to immediately decline the invitation, but the invitation clearly stated that they wanted to discuss business with him. After hesitating for a moment, Han Shuo decided to go and take a look. At dusk of the 2nd day. "Where are you going?" Andrina suddenly asked as soon as Han Shuo walked to the door. "There's an exchange meeting between pharmacists. I'm going there to take a look." "You can just stay here," Han Shuo replied casually and walked away without paying any attention to Andrina. "I'm going with you." Andrina's petite voice floated down from the 3rd floor. She lightly stepped on Han Shuo's shoulder with her 2 little feet, giggled, and hopped down. "My enemies aren't in the City of Shadows for the time being. You don't have to follow me. It'll be fine." With Cauldron Spirit's assurance, Han Shuo felt much more assured. He believed that if he were to borrow Cauldron Spirit's energy in an instant, even if a high god were to launch a sneak attack, he would at least have the opportunity to escape using demonic blood disassembly. Therefore, he no longer needed to rely too much on Andrina. "No, I want to protect you. I have to follow you all the time." Andrina wrinkled her nose. Soon after, she let out a soft laugh and whispered, "Are you going to do something naughty? For example, fooling around with some woman?" "Hee hee. Even if that's the case, I will still follow you." Suit yourself. Han Shuo didn't particularly care whether he followed Andrina or not. However, Han Shuo suddenly recalled something. He stared blankly for a moment before he asked Andrina, "You have more or less recovered from your injuries. Will you be able to get rid of an early-stage high god?" Andrina did not immediately answer Han Shuo's question. Instead, she thought seriously for a moment before she answered, "I haven't fully recovered. If that guy continues to fight me, I will definitely be able to kill him. But I will also be injured. But if he immediately escapes when he sees that the situation is bad, I won't be able to kill him." "I see." Han Shuo nodded. Shortly after, he put on a mischievous smile and said, "Little Andrina, there's a guy who wants me dead. Why don't we join forces and get rid of him? Don't worry, if you get injured, I will provide crystal coins for you to recover for free. What do you think?" Rather than sitting and waiting for death, it was better to take the initiative and attack. With Cauldron Spirit's assurance, Han Shuo suddenly had a bold idea. He would wait for Avery to return, join forces with Andrina, and use the same method to launch a sneak attack on Avery, eliminating his greatest enemy. Han Shuo could roughly guess Andrina's strength. In addition to the instantaneous eruption of strength that he borrowed Cauldron Spirit's energy, Han Shuo believed that if he and Andrina worked together, they would have at least a 70 to 80% chance of succeeding. Therefore, he could no longer suppress his evil thoughts. "No, I'm only responsible for protecting you. I won't help you kill anyone." Andrina flatly refused. When she saw Han Shuo's gloomy face, she giggled and said, "But I can look after you. You can do it yourself and I will cheer for you from the side. If you can't do it, I can save you. How does that sound?" Han Shuo coldly groaned and did not say anything. He walked towards the God Swamp Pharmacy. Even with Cauldron Spirit's energy, Han Shuo did not believe that he could easily kill Avery. Without Andrina's assurance, Han Shuo would not take such an unknown risk. When Andrina, who was behind Han Shuo, saw Han Shuo's cold and stiff face, she giggled. She did not get angry and continued to follow Han Shuo. When Han Shuo appeared in front of the God Swamp Pharmacy, Andrina, who had been lively all this time, suddenly turned cold. She immediately reverted to her cold, unapproachable demeanor when there were outsiders around. Her flushed little face was no longer adorable and gave people a very uncomfortable feeling. The God Swamp Pharmacy was the largest pharmacy in the City of Shadows. Before coming here, Han Shuo had learned that the God Swamp Pharmacy was not only famous in the City of Shadows, but also in the entire Darkness Dominion. The God Swamp Pharmacy was also sold in several other major cities that were equally famous as the City of Shadows. Although there were 5 major family clans in the City of Shadows, it was said that the overall strength of the God Swamp Pharmacy in the Darkness Dominion was not weaker than that of the other 4 family clans except for the House of Saint. This piece of information was beyond Han Shuo's expectations. He did not expect that a small pharmacy could possess such power. It was for this reason that Han Shuo felt that the God Swamp Pharmacy had pointed him in the right direction. He was very curious about the God Swamp Pharmacy and therefore decided to pay a visit after seeing the invitation for business. The interior of the God Swamp Pharmacy was very spacious. There were quite a few buildings scattered all over the place. Each and every one of them was bigger and more spacious than Han Shuo's Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. After handing over the invitation, the guard seemed to take Han Shuo very seriously when he learned that he was a pharmacist of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. He personally led Han Shuo to a tall building at the back that was used to receive guests. They went all the way to the top floor. It was a banquet hall that was 1,000 square meters in size. Beautiful paintings were hung on the walls. Soft, colorless carpets were spread all over the floor. There were many glassware placed in the banquet hall. Some pharmacists with grizzled hair and rosy complexions were holding wine glasses in their hands and chatting cheerfully. It was not necessary for a pharmacist to be strong in the cultivation of physical strength. Most pharmacists used the cultivation of physical strength as a supplement. Most of them cultivated in the elemental energy of fire or water. Fire elemental energy could make it easier for them to refine medicines, while water elemental energy could make it easier for them to refine the essence of medicines. However, as long as they cultivated to the realm of low god, they would be able to handle every step of medicine refinement. Therefore, almost all pharmacists would stay at this realm and spend the extra time studying the true essence of medicine refinement. The guard who led Han Shuo to the banquet hall announced Han Shuo's name after sweeping his eyes across the people in the banquet hall. The originally noisy banquet hall suddenly quieted down. Those pharmacists who were chatting cheerfully turned their gazes to Han Shuo at the same time. Their eyes were filled with curiosity and astonishment. During this period of time, Han Shuo's Celestial Pearl Pharmacy had been in the limelight in the City of Shadows. The name of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy would be mentioned in almost every banquet held by the members of large family clans. As fellow pharmacists, it would be difficult for these people not to hear Han Shuo's name. Therefore, when the young Han Shuo suddenly arrived and stood before them, these elderly pharmacists all turned their attention to him. They wanted to know what kind of person this famous pharmacist from the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy was. This youngster is the owner of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. An old woman with green hair and a face as pale as a sheet of paper, dressed in colorful clothes, suddenly cried out in alarm. Senior Gu Li, this is the owner of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, Brian. The guard who led Han Shuo in confirmed smilingly. He pointed at the eccentric old woman in colorful clothes and continued to introduce, this is Senior Gu Li, a famous pharmacist in Mirage City. Senior Gu Li is the #1 pharmacist in Mirage City. Many large family clans have requested a bottle of medicine from Senior Gu Li, but it all depends on Senior Gu Li's mood. After that guard's introduction, Gu Li arrogantly sized up Han Shuo. After a long while, she coldly groaned and said, what can you refine by mixing heavenly musculus flour and green silver fruit at 500 degrees Celsius for 3 hours? Han Shuo smiled and paid no attention to Gu Li. As a matter of fact, he had no idea what he could refine because he wasn't a pharmacist at all. Oh right, where is your owner? The invitation says that he wants to discuss business with me, Han Shuo said calmly as he looked at the guard who led the way. Humph, an pharmacist who only knows how to earn crystal coins has already fallen to such a low level. He doesn't seem to have any real talent, Gu Li sneered. He might have stolen a medicine recipe from somewhere. If he doesn't study hard at such a young age, he won't amount to much. Firecloud grass, frigid jade and boundless water, mixed at high speed and frozen at -130 degrees with frigid air. What can be formed? Han Shuo shot a cold glance at Gu Li and asked in a similarly arrogant manner. What is it? I have never heard of the ingredients you mentioned. Nonsense. Gu Li stared blankly for a moment before she sneered. Han Shuo put on a disdainful face and said in a cold voice, you haven't even heard of these ingredients and you call yourself the best pharmacist in the city of Mirage? You have lived for so many years in vain. If I were you, I would be too embarrassed to participate in this conference. Han Shuo mocked them mercilessly and didn't even look at Gu Li, who was about to faint from anger. He said to the guards, take me to your master, or I'll leave right away. I feel that it's embarrassing to be with a bunch of people who don't have any real skills. Yes. The guard put on an odd expression and hastily led Han Shuo through the area towards the midget. Chapter 7:15. Senior Gu Li, please wait. The guard hastily stopped Gu Li, who was fuming with rage. By this time, Han Shuo and Stice had entered the room and the door was shut. Get that youngster to come out. I must have a word with him. He doesn't know how to respect his seniors at all. I must teach him a good lesson. Gu Li was famous among the pharmacists in Mirage City for having a bad temper. However, due to her superb skills in medicine refinement, most of the family clans in Mirage City had been able to tolerate her temper. This was the first time she had been so mercilessly despised by someone. My apologies, Mr. Brian is currently talking to our master. If you have any questions, please wait for him to come out, the divine guard explained in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. All right, I will wait here. I don't believe that youngster won't come out. Gu Li's stubborn temper flared up. She paid no attention to the conference going on in the banquet hall. She stood motionless in front of the door and waited with a face full of anger. The divine guard did not pay much attention to her after seeing that she had stopped causing trouble. He stood face to face with Gu Li and looked at her smilingly without saying a word. Some of the pharmacists in the banquet hall were secretly delighted to see Gu Li being humiliated. There were also some who were extremely annoyed by Han Shua's attitude. They thought that Han Shua did not know how to respect his seniors at all. At this moment, those pharmacists stopped talking about medicine and started gossiping about Han Shua in low voices. It was a reception hall about 30 square meters in size. It was much smaller than the banquet hall outside, but the decorations were much more gorgeous. There were many rare medicines in some glassware, indicating that the owner was a pharmacist. After Stice led Han Shua into the hall, he personally poured a cup of fine wine for Han Shua and chatted with Han Shua about some interesting happenings in the City of Shadows. When he noticed that Han Shua was getting impatient, he finally brought up the main topic. He smilingly said, "The Celestial Pearl Pharmacy in your hands has been in the limelight recently. All the aristocratic brothers in the City of Shadows are gossiping about your Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. They are proud to own the medicines you refined. Haha, it is truly astonishing that you have achieved so much at such a young age, you flatter me." Han Shua put on a calm smile and silently waited for Stice to get to the main topic. However, after Stice praised Han Shua for a while, he suddenly changed the topic and said, "However, the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy started too late. If you want to make your medicines known to the entire Darkness Dominion, even the Death and Destruction Dominions, it will take more than 8 to 10 years. But if you are willing to cooperate with us, we can guarantee that your medicines will be made known to everyone in the shortest time possible and you will reap even greater profits. What do you think?" Stice asked sincerely. "Oh?" Han Shua put on a bright smile and took a sip of the fine wine. He asked, "How do we cooperate?" "You will share the recipes of your medicines with us, God Swamp. All the medicines refined from your recipes can be sold through our pharmacies located all over the Darkness Dominion. We will split the profits 280. What do you think?" Stice probed with a gentle smile as he observed every expression on Han Shua's face. 280? You get 20 and I get 80? Han Shua thought that this was a rather generous way to split the profits. However, he was still unwilling to share the recipes of his medicines. At most, he would sell the medicines he refined to them. No, you misunderstand." Stice's expression changed and he hastily said, "You get 20 and we get 80. The smile on Han Shua's face froze. He stood up and nodded at Stice with a smile, saying, "I still have something to attend to. Sorry, I'll take my leave first." Then, Han Shua opened the door and walked out without another word. Han Shua definitely couldn't accept this way of splitting the profits. Han Shua couldn't be bothered to entertain such insincere partners. "Wait, there's still room for negotiation." Stice shouted with a forced smile when he saw that Han Shua had turned to leave. His face was gloomy and his back was facing Han Shua. "There's nothing to discuss. I'm really not interested in cooperating with the God Swamp Pharmacy." "Excuse me," Han Shua said without turning his head and walked out of the room. "Rude brat, I'm going to reason with you today. I'd like to see what you're so proud of in the field of medicine refinement." Gu Li, who was guarding the door, immediately glared at Han Shua the moment she saw Han Shua coming out. She blocked Han Shua's path and screamed shrilly, "I don't have time for your nonsense." Han Shua felt that he had been tricked by the God Swamp Pharmacy and was in a bad mood. Seeing that old Gu was taking advantage of his seniority in front of him, Han Shua immediately pushed Gu Li away and said coldly. He ignored Gu Li, who was stumbling, and strode across the banquet hall. Gu Li had never been treated so rudely before. When she finally steadied herself, she realized that Han Shua had already left. When she saw the gloating gazes around her, Gu Li almost fainted from anger. She screamed, "Damn brat, I'm not done with you." After Han Shua left, the door of the room where he talked to Stice closed again. A side door suddenly opened. An elderly man with a head full of white hair and a face as translucent as jade walked out with a tranquil face. He took a glance at the dwarf Stice and said in an indifferent voice, "This youngster is extremely ambitious. He won't share the medicine for petty gains. It seems that this method won't work. Master, why don't we just get rid of him and extract the memories in his soul?" Stice suggested with a gloomy face. He was extremely angry after being humiliated by Han Shuo. The old man shook his head and calmly said, "Although I don't know how he escaped from Avery, it is obvious that this brat isn't as simple as he seems. Unless absolutely necessary, we should not resort to violence. We, the God Swamp Pharmacy, have been operating in the City of Shadows for many years. Do you think that we can't handle a small character that popped out of nowhere? Since he doesn't know what's good for him, we will teach him a lesson." "Master, you mean?" Stice looked at the old man respectfully. "Just like how we dealt with henna medicine, we will first tarnish the reputation of his medicines. His medicines are his foundation. As long as those people lose confidence in his medicines, I don't think he will be able to survive in the City of Shadows." The reason why those large family clans are willing to give in to him is because of his medicines. If they find out that there's something wrong with his medicines, he will be driven out of the City of Shadows without us having to do anything," the old man said as he stroked his messy white hair. "Understood, hee." Stice said with a sinister smile. "What did you talk to him about just now? Why are you so angry?" Andrina immediately asked Han Shuo as soon as they walked out of the God Swamp Pharmacy. Before Han Shuo entered the room, Andrina tactfully retreated to the side. As she was a little girl, no one paid any attention to her. When Han Shuo walked out of the room, she appeared out of nowhere and followed behind Han Shuo. "This God Swamp Pharmacy wants to swallow up my medicine shop. They want me to share my medicine recipes with them? What a beautiful dream. Do they really think that I'm a pushover?" Han Shuo said angrily. After walking out of the God Swamp Pharmacy, Han Shuo turned his head to look at the towering buildings around him. He thought to himself, "One day, your God Swamp Pharmacy will have no place in the City of Shadows. Damn it. Brian." Anaito hastily walked over with an anxious expression. "What's wrong?" Han Shuo's heart sank when he saw Anaito in such a hurry. He knew that something must have happened. Carmelita has returned to the city. Anaito let out a light sigh. His face was unsightly as he continued, "But she is seriously injured and has yet to regain consciousness. It's hard to say if she can hold on. Lord Andre knows that your medicines are miraculous and has sent me to look for you at top speed." Han Shuo's expression changed when he heard that Carmelita was seriously injured. He knew that Carmelita had been searching for his whereabouts for a period of time. He had personally visited all the major fortresses in the City of Shadows. Now that he heard that Carmelita was injured, Han Shuo immediately shouldered the greater part of the responsibility. "Let's go." Han Shuo immediately followed Anaito to the saint residence with a gloomy face. Due to Carmelita's ugly appearance, Han Shuo naturally would not have any other thoughts about her. However, after going through trials and tribulations together, Han Shuo understood that Carmelita considered him a true friend. Now that Carmelita was injured because of him, Han Shuo immediately regarded the murderer who injured Carmelita as his main enemy. With Carmelita's formidable strength and the House of Saint being the dominant power in the City of Shadows, who would dare to attack her? God hunters? Han Shuo kept pondering along the way. Han Shuo's mind was in a mess. Worried about Carmelita's injuries, he unknowingly increased his speed and left Anaito behind. Only Andrina was traveling side by side with him. This caused Anaito to look at Han Shuo and Andrina strangely. She couldn't understand how Han Shuo could travel so fast. When they were about to arrive at the Saint residence, Andrina suddenly said, "I'll wait for you outside," and soon after, she vanished. Han Shuo was worried about Carmelita and did not pay her any attention. When Han Shuo arrived at the Saint residence, he discovered that Andre was personally waiting for him at the entrance. At this moment, Andre's left pupil was dark purple. He was emitting a dense, sinister aura. It was a stark contrast to his usual gentleness. "You're here." Andre had been pondering about something with a gloomy face. When he saw Han Shuo, his expression relaxed and he hastily said, "Follow me." Inside a secret chamber. The strong smell of medicine assaulted their nostrils. Several healers were holding glistening radiance in their hands. The radiance continuously fell on Carmelita, who was covered in cuts and bruises. At this moment, Carmelita's entire body was covered in wounds that looked like they had been cut by knives. Her skin was split open and her flesh was split open. Inside the small secret chamber were City Lord Wallace of the City of Shadows and a few of the most important members of the House of Saint. After Andre brought Han Shuo into the chamber, he only needed to take one look at Carmelita, who was lying in a medical container, to know how serious her injuries were. "Elder brother, I've brought her," Andre said to City Lord Wallace in a low voice. Wallace nodded, pointed at Carmelita, who was lying in the glass container, and said to Han Shuo, "Her injuries are very serious. She has yet to wake up. I don't know if she can hold on. Get everyone out." Han Shuo suddenly said in a deep voice. "Brat, who do you think you are? You are just a pharmacist, not a specialized healer. What can you possibly do under such circumstances?" The few best healers in the City of Shadows who were concentrating on treating Carmelita's injuries glared at Han Shuo angrily when they saw that Han Shuo had immediately chased them away. Andre, who had brought Han Shuo over, was also shocked. He did not expect that Han Shuo would be so bold. Generally speaking, such injuries would be treated by specialized healers. Pharmacists would only provide some special medicines. Andre had brought Han Shuo here because he wanted him to be his assistant and trust in the medicines he refined. He had never thought that Han Shuo would be the one to take charge of the situation. Without looking at anyone, Han Shuo stared at City Lord Wallace of the City of Shadows and said solemnly, "Let me do it. I am confident that I can make Carmelita recover to her original state. I have no intention of bragging or joking at such a critical moment." Wallace's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard Han Shuo's words. He waved his hand to stop the protests of the healers and said in a deep voice, "All of you, get out." He was the most powerful man in the City of Shadows. The prestige he had accumulated over the years was not something that these healers would dare to defy. Even though they were full of complaints, they had no choice but to obediently obey. They put down the medical instruments in their hands and left the small treatment room in a single file. "And the rest of you, leave," Wallace ordered after taking another glance at the immediate family members of the House of Saint. Those people also left with their heads lowered. Before they left, they sized up Han Shuo with strange gazes. Their gazes seemed to be saying, "If anything were to happen to Carmelita, don't even think about leaving this place alive. Do your best." Wallace patted on Han Shuo's shoulder and consoled him in a low voice. He said, "Second brother, let's go." Wallace and Andre were the last to leave the treatment room. "Elder brother, do you believe in that youngster Brian?" Andre hesitated for a moment before he asked after exiting the treatment room. "I don't know. Let's bet on it. Those healers have been busy for half a day and there is still no sign of Carmelita waking up. I don't think we can count on them. That youngster, on the other hand, has a very bright gleam in his eyes. I didn't see it in any of those dejected pharmacists. Therefore, I think it's worth a gamble," Wallace said in a deep voice. "You mean, confidence?" Andre stared blankly for a moment before he asked. "That's right, confidence. When I saw that youngster's gleam of confidence, I feel that Carmelita can still be saved. Those healers, on the other hand, are all in a flurry. Their faces are gloomy and terrified. They are constantly conveying to me how powerless they are. How can I count on them?" Wallace replied in a low voice. Andre thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. But soon after, he sighed and said in a low voice, "I hope she can pull through this. Have you found any clues?" Wallace took a deep breath. His face was terrifyingly malevolent, like a ferocious beast that was about to devour its prey. I'm still investigating. It will take some time, Andrei said with a gloomy face. No matter who it is, as long as we find the target, kill them without mercy. This is a direct provocation to our House of Saint. It's been so many years, it seems that some people have forgotten what our family name means. Saint's right hand trembled unconsciously, like a wild beast excited to hunt its prey. That's right. Andrea did not speak, but nodded his head heavily. Within the treatment room, Han Shuo pressed both his hands on Carmelita's back. His body was wreathed in faint black smoke. Wisps of ink-black smoke twisted and turned in the treatment room, giving this man a sense of evil. Those who didn't know what was going on might even think that some sort of dark ritual was taking place here. Carmelita's body contained the three great divine powers of death, darkness, and destruction. These three types of divine powers did not belong to her, and they had already penetrated deep into every cell and bone marrow of her body, destroying almost all of her life functions. It was obvious that the few of them had joined forces to kill her. Carmelita's own divine energy of destruction had long been depleted. She could no longer organize an effective attack. The most difficult thing was that she had fallen into a coma. In a state of confusion, she could not understand the terrible state she was in. Without her willpower to resist, her divine body would not be able to hold on. The reason why Han Shuo dared to boast about healing Carmelita was because of the miraculous nature of demonic arts. Demonic yuan could be said to be the most miraculous way to use energy. Han Shuo could clearly understand Carmelita's physical condition through demonic yuan. He immediately understood that the most frightening part of Carmelita's body was the divine energy of darkness. Han Shuo had no way of using demonic yuan to purge this powerful energy. He could only slowly extract the divine energies of destruction and death from her cells and bone marrow. The energy of destruction and death that was constantly causing damage to Carmelita's body did not belong to Carmelita at all. This external energy had already deteriorated and was only left with the most basic damage attribute. After extracting it with demonic arts, Han Shuo immediately buried it in the ground. This type of divine energy would only bring harm to his avatars. It would not benefit either of his avatars. After exhausting a portion of his demonic yuan and exhausting himself, Han Shuo was finally able to extract the energy of destruction and death from Carmelita's body. As for the most powerful divine energy of darkness, Han Shuo was powerless to do anything about it. Han Shuo used his consciousness to infiltrate Carmelita's divine soul bit by bit. With the help of Cauldron Spirit's energy, the perception of his consciousness was increased by tenfold. Han Shuo left a strong conviction in Carmelita's muddled divine soul to resist the divine energy of darkness in her body with all her might. Carmelita was, after all, a high god. Although she had yet to awaken, her divine soul started to reorganize the divine energy of destruction in her body by relying on the strong conviction Han Shuo left behind. Han Shuo fed Carmelita a few medicinal pellets in one go. He only heaved a sigh of relief when he discovered that the divine energy of destruction in her body was gathering bit by bit. After resting for a while, Han Shuo wiped away the traces of him using demonic arts and opened the door with a weary face. "How is it?" Wallace and the others had been guarding outside. When they saw Han Shuo come out, Wallace hastily asked. "She's fine. But it will take a very long time for her to fully recover." Han Shuo wiped the sweat on his forehead and suddenly said, "There are many divine energies in her body. The most powerful one is the divine energy of darkness. The assailant must be a high god. Also, I feel that the divine energy seems somewhat familiar." Andrei's left pupil suddenly turned dark purple. His face turned ashen. He looked as though he had turned into a god of death. Chapter 7:16. Wallace nodded and did not say anything else. He went straight into the treatment room. He seemed to be very anxious about Carmelita's condition. Andrei did not enter the room. He kept silent for a moment with an ugly expression. Suddenly, he looked deeply at Han Shuo and said, you said that you felt that darkness divine energy seemed somewhat familiar? What do you mean? Han Shuo did not think too much about it. As soon as he saw Andre's solemn face, he realized what Andre was suspecting. Han Shuo's face turned cold. That vague feeling suddenly became clear. He lowered his voice and said, "It's him. There's no mistaking it." Andre, of course, knew who Han Shuo was referring to. His expression turned even more unsightly. After another long period of silence, Andre seemed to be thinking about what to do. After a while, he said to Han Shuo in a low voice, "Don't make this matter known. I will investigate this thoroughly. If it really is that person, don't worry, he will not escape death." As the House of Saint could become the most powerful family in the City of Shadows, Han Shuo knew that Wallace and Andre were not benevolent people. After hearing Andre's assurance, Han Shuo knew that Avery would be dead if Andre were to learn of the situation. Therefore, Han Shuo did not say anything. Soon enough, Wallace came out of the room. After checking on Carmelita's injuries, his complexion looked much better. He nodded at Andre, indicating that Carmelita's life was no longer in danger. Then, he said to Han Shuo, "You have saved Carmelita's life twice. I won't make any unnecessary promises, but I know what I'm doing." For someone like Wallace to say so, Han Shuo believed that in the future, as long as he did not do anything that would harm the interests of the House of Saint, Han Shuo would be able to do as he pleased in the City of Shadows. "Elder brother, there are some things I would like to discuss with you alone," Andre said in a deep voice. "Brian, why don't you go back first?" Wallace smiled faintly at Han Shuo after an idea struck him. Han Shuo nodded and walked away from the two. Before Han Shuo could walk too far, the relatives of the House of Saint came up to him and asked about Han Shuo and Carmelita. Due to their low statuses, these people had been waiting outside the Saint residence all this time and were unaware of Carmelita's condition. After Han Shuo informed them that Carmelita was fine, he walked past the group of healers who were both respectful and fearful of him and headed out of the Saint residence. The healers were all silently preparing themselves, waiting for Han Shuo to be unable to do anything to help. However, when they heard that Han Shuo had stabilized Carmelita's condition, all of them felt very conflicted. They no longer dared to look at Han Shuo with the slightest hint of contempt. On the way to the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy after leaving the Saint residence, Andrina suddenly appeared out of nowhere. "Why didn't you go in with me just now?" Han Shuo asked puzzledly after glancing at Andrina. "I heard that the City Lord of the City of Shadows is also inside. I was afraid that he could see through my true strength, so I didn't go in with you," Andrina answered honestly. Han Shuo stared blankly for a moment before he asked again, "Why are you afraid that Wallace will find out about your strength? Also, what kind of energy have you cultivated? Why are you able to consume crystal coins to recover from your injuries?" "Hee. I will explain it to you in detail in the future. I can't tell you for now," Andrina replied smilingly and avoided Han Shuo's question. He was certain that Andrina was hiding some kind of secret. However, there was nothing Han Shuo could do if she was unwilling to reveal it. After all, Andrina's injuries had mostly recovered by now. Under such circumstances, Han Shuo couldn't force her. Although he was rather displeased, he had no choice but to let it go. The two soon returned to the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Much to Han Shuo's surprise, Gu Li, the pharmacist whom he once humiliated in the God Swamp Pharmacy, was waiting for him at the entrance of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. As soon as Gu Li saw Han Shuo, she immediately shouted angrily, "Brat, I don't believe that you are that good at medicine refinement. If you can't prove to me that you didn't steal your medicine refinement recipe, I will not let you off." Han Shuo was rather annoyed. Ignoring Gu Li's attempts to stop him, he pushed Gu Li aside and headed straight for the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy with Andrina. With his back facing Gu Li, he sneered, "I don't have any obligation to prove to you. Don't think that just because you have some status in the City of Mirages that everyone has to bow and scrape to you. We don't welcome you here. Don't stay here and be an eyesore." Han Shuo and Andrina had already entered the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. They locked the door from the inside and paid no attention to Gu Li, who was screaming in exasperation. Gu Li screamed hysterically outside the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy for a while. Seeing that Han Shuo wasn't paying any attention to her, she finally left with her tail between her legs. 3 days later, Han Shuo, who was quietly cultivating in the middle of the night, suddenly sensed someone approaching. A few demon generals that Han Shuo had placed outside the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy soon discovered that someone was approaching. During this period of time, Han Shuo had been on high alert, fearing that someone would come and cause trouble. When they discovered that someone was approaching, before Han Shuo could take any action, a group of Anaito's divine guards that had been stationed nearby had snuck up to them. "What are you doing sneaking around here in the middle of the night? Hand over your divine tablet," shouted one of the divine guards in a low voice. The few of them immediately surrounded the intruder. "I'm looking for Brian. What do you people want?" "Do you want to fight?" said the person fearlessly. He looked at the divine guards with an angry face. "Capture him." The divine guards of the House of Saint, who were used to running amok in the City of Shadows, upon seeing that the intruder wasn't cooperating, immediately prepared to capture him. It was at this moment that one of the demon generals finally saw the appearance of the intruder. Although he was dressed in ragged clothes and cut a sorry figure like a beggar, Han Shuo could just barely make out that he was Akeley. This was the fellow that Han Shuo got to know as soon as he arrived on Elysium. His temper was as stubborn as ever. He would clamor for a fight at the slightest disagreement. After confirming that the intruder was Akeley, Han Shuo immediately rushed over. Before the two parties started fighting, Han Shuo arrived and hastily said, "He's my friend." Why would Mr. Brian have such a friend? Although the divine guards were puzzled, they did not dare to offend Han Shuo. They immediately retreated and stopped fighting. Han Shuo was currently a popular figure in the City of Shadows, while Akeley was behaving like a beggar. In the eyes of these divine guards, Akeley was a very suspicious person. "How did you become like this?" Leyland asked Akeley with an odd expression on his face. Before the two parted, Han Shuo had given Akeley quite a number of crystal coins. In addition, Akeley also had a portion of the neuroore in his possession. Logically speaking, no matter how bad he was doing, he shouldn't be in such a state. Therefore, Han Shuo found it very strange. Akeley's face turned rather unsightly. He seemed unwilling to talk about this matter in front of those divine guards. He forced a smile and said, "It's a long story, let's talk inside." Han Shuo gestured to the divine guards and they quietly withdrew. Akeley followed Han Shuo into the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. It wasn't long before Han Shuo became a celebrity in the City of Shadows. He was a figure that several large family clans strove to curry favor with. On the other hand, not only did Akeley fail to achieve great things with the crystal coins he had, but he also ended up in such a miserable state. The two of them couldn't help but sigh when they met. "Youngster, you sure have gotten rich fast. It hasn't been long since I last saw you, but after I asked around in the City of Shadows, all the divine guards knew your name. At first, I thought that the person they were talking about wasn't you. But when I heard that you had concocted some medicine, I was sure that it was you." "How unbelievable." Akeley looked at Han Shuo enviously. He had once eaten the medicinal pellets Han Shuo gave him and naturally knew how miraculous Han Shuo's medicinal pellets were. If it wasn't for Han Shuo's Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, Akeley wouldn't have believed that the most popular figure in the City of Shadows was the Han Shuo he knew. It's a long story. Even Han Shuo himself did not expect that he would be able to make a fortune so quickly. He smilingly said, "Right, how did you end up in such dire straits?" "Before we parted, I left you quite a lot of crystal coins. Besides, you still have divine essence mines. There's no way you would end up like this, right? Don't mention those divine essence mines. It's because of those divine essence mines that I'm so unlucky." Akeley put on a furious face and told Han Shuo about his recent experiences. After the two parted, Akeley first found a secluded place and absorbed all the divine essences containing destruction divine energy in his hand. His talent was truly outstanding. He had managed to break through to late-stage low-god realm just by relying on the divine essence mines he had. After absorbing all the destruction divine essences in his hand, Akeley discovered that his strength was progressing too slowly. Therefore, he decided to purchase a few divine weapons to increase his strength. However, the crystal coins Han Shuo gave him were not enough to purchase the divine weapons he fancied. With no other choice, Akeley recklessly took out a few divine essences of wind in an attempt to make a trade. It was precisely those divine essences he took out that landed him in big trouble. As soon as he left the shop with the divine weapons, he was immediately targeted by others. What followed was a long period of pursuit. If it wasn't for Akeley's vast experience and great improvement in strength, he would have long been killed by those who coveted his divine essence mines. After trekking over mountains and rivers, Akeley managed to escape from those greedy pursuers with great difficulty. He no longer dared to take out his divine essence mines. The defenses of the forts and towns under the City of Shadows were far inferior to those in the City of Shadows. Akeley felt that only a place like the City of Shadows could allow him to sell his divine essences safely. On top of that, Han Shuo had told him that he would be in the City of Shadows as well. Therefore, Akeley decided to come to the City of Shadows. Akeley, who was rather paranoid from being pursued, had been wandering around barren mountains and swamps. He had even encountered a few groups of god hunters along the way. By the time he arrived at the City of Shadows, he was already in such a miserable state. Back when we parted ways, I told you not to rashly take out your divine essence mines. But you just wouldn't listen to me. It would be a wonder if you didn't get hunted down. But you sure are lucky to be able to make it to the City of Shadows alive under such circumstances. I truly admire you. Now that you have struck it rich, you start making sarcastic remarks. Who knew that those people would be so crazy? They would attack me as soon as I was alone. Every time, there would be several of them. If it wasn't for my top-notch fleeing skills, I would have long been killed by those bastards. Akeley said furiously. Then why did you dare to compete with the divine guards just now? You should know that you are no match for those divine guards with your strength, right? Han Shuo put on a spurious smile. Hee hee. This is the City of Shadows. What do I have to fear? Do they have the guts to kill me? Akeley put on a smile and lamented, damn it, I have finally understood the situation on Elysium. It seems that the way I used to do things on the Blue Ocean continent is no longer suitable. I can't run amok in the future. After hearing those words, Han Shuo knew that Akeley's situation on Elysium had finally begun to change. But then again, it made sense. If Akeley had continued to act the way he did when he first arrived on Elysium, he probably wouldn't have survived until now. Elysium wasn't the Blue Ocean continent. Reality was cruel. But fortunately for Han Shuo, Akeley had recognized the situation. What do you plan to do in the future? Asked Han Shuo. Nothing much. I've traveled thousands of miles to the City of Shadows to seek refuge with you. You wouldn't be so disloyal as to ignore me, would you? Akeley had gone through thick and thin with Han Shuo. He knew that although Han Shuo was cruel to his enemies, he treated his friends well. Therefore, Akeley was determined to stick with Han Shuo. Oh? Han Shuo stared blankly for a moment before he forced a smile and said, I'm just running a pharmacy. Why would you want to stick with me? Don't give me that. I've asked around. You are doing so well in the City of Shadows. There's nothing wrong with me following you. In any case, since I'm here, you can't just ignore me. We have gone through thick and thin together. Akeley laughed mischievously. He casually found a place to lie down comfortably and mumbled to himself, my goodness, this place of yours is really nice. It's been a long time since I've had a good rest. Right, you go about your business. I'll keep an eye on the door for you, all right? To Han Shuo, it didn't matter if Akeley was as reckless as before. If Akeley was as reckless as before, Han Shuo wouldn't have dared to keep him around. But now that Akeley seemed to have recognized the situation, and based on Han Shuo's understanding of Akeley, Han Shua felt that Akeley wasn't a bad person. After thinking for a moment, Han Shua nodded and said, "If you don't mind my small shop, you can stay. After all, my pharmacy is really lacking in manpower." "That would be great." "Ha, I knew you are a loyal fella." Akeley felt at ease. "Alright, you stay in my pharmacy for the time being. I don't have anything for you to do right now, but I'm sure there will be something for you to do in the future," Han Shua said. It was impossible for Han Shua to stay in the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy all the time. With Akeley keeping an eye on the door, Han Shua wouldn't have to worry too much. Besides, Han Shua's goal wasn't as simple as the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. One day, he would have his own family clan and perhaps his own divine guards. And Akeley was a very good warrior. Good. For you to be able to gain a foothold in the City of Shadows so quickly, I will surely live a good life if I follow you. Huh. Akeley's words were meant to flatter Han Shua. But it turned out that he was right. Just like that, other than the mysterious and unfathomable Andrina, the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy gained the somewhat deranged Akeley. Chapter 717. ****** At the Saint Residence. Wallace, the city lord of the City of Shadows, had been in a bad mood recently. He had changed from his usual methodical approach to the management of the City of Shadows. He had become resolute and decisive in dealing with the affairs of the City of Shadows. He had begun to focus on the issue of the 7 divine guards. There were a total of 7 chiefs of divine guards in the City of Shadows. The top 3 chiefs of divine guards were all from the House of Saint. The remaining 4 chiefs of divine guards were experts from the 4 major family clans. With the excuse of Carmelita's serious injury and the fact that the dominions of water and life had infiltrated the City of Shadows, Wallace blamed the negligence of the 7 chiefs of divine guards and took the opportunity to reorganize the 7 corps. Everyone knew that Wallace was very angry about Carmelita's serious injury. During this sensitive period, no one dared to disobey Wallace's orders. Some of the orders that affected the City of Shadows were smoothly passed down. Avery was not in the City of Shadows for the time being. Therefore, several chiefs of the 5th Corps were assigned to the City of Shadows. The reason was that the 5th Corps might be short of manpower in Avery's absence. All this while, other than the top 3 chiefs of divine guards belonging to the House of Saint, the other 4 chiefs of divine guards were under the control of the 4 major family clans. Wallace had never interfered with them. This time, his actions had caused a great deal of controversy. However, Wallace firmly suppressed it. The chiefs of the 5th Corps were complaining about it. The patriarch of the House of Lavers was also very displeased. However, under Wallace's wrath, no one dared to say anything. They merely assumed that Wallace's actions were because he was in a bad mood. They believed that he would change after Carmelita recovered. Andre was the only one who understood his elder brother's intentions. He secretly cooperated with Wallace and began to investigate Avery's actions. The House of Saint was the most powerful force in the City of Shadows. When they were serious about investigating a matter, very few schemes and machinations could escape the eyes of Wallace and Andre, the 2 vicious and merciless brothers. Soon enough, with Han Shua's help, the 2 brothers who had suspected Avery as a suspect gradually found some clues. Some plans and operations were formulated, perfected, and carried out in the dark. On this day, Wallace, who had been in a gloomy mood for a long time, finally showed some gentleness on his face. Looking at Carmelita, who was slowly waking up, he said with concern, "Everything is fine now. Don't worry." Carmelita's body was still very weak. Although the divine energy of darkness in her body had been temporarily suppressed by her tenacious willpower, most of the destruction divine energy in her body had been consumed. Fortunately, the House of Saint was rich and generous. They were not stingy with their precious divine essences. The moment she opened her eyes, she noticed that her father was holding a heavy bag of destruction divine essences in his hand. "Father." Looking at the concerned Wallace in front of her, Carmelita called out softly. "Don't talk. Rest well. Take this bag of divine crystals and absorb them." Heal your injuries as soon as possible. Oh. I didn't expect that you would be seriously injured twice in such a short time. The House of Saint is running low on destruction divine essences. But don't worry, I have sent people to contact the other cities and will exchange some divine essences of other elements that the House of Saint has. You just need to recuperate in peace, said Wallace softly. I'm feeling much better. Carmelita struggled for a moment. Wallace hastily helped her up. After she sat properly, he bunched his brows and asked, other than me, who else in that group of divine guards survived? Wallace sighed softly and shook his head. Karina, she was covering for me. Carmelita's eyes suddenly overflowed with tears. I know. You just need to recuperate in peace. We have already found the culprit. Anyone who dares to attack you, no matter who they are, will not be able to escape death, assured Wallace. Of the 2 House of Saint divine guards that went with Carmelita, not a single one managed to escape alive. Carmelita was only able to escape the calamity when she arrived at Skyorchid Fort, where the chief of divine guards, Aobashi, was temporarily stationed. For Carmelita's sake, Karina sacrificed her divine soul in order to buy her some time. I couldn't see the shadows of those people in the canopy of darkness. I have no idea who did it. But most of them cultivate in the energy of death, destruction, and darkness. Carmelita slowly closed her eyes, recalled for a moment, and said to Wallace. Since they dared to attack you and used the canopy of darkness to conceal their presence and traces, they must not want you to know their identities. Don't think too much about it. Father will find them one by one. Wallace comforted Carmelita gently so that she would not have to worry about the situation before she was seriously injured. By the way, you were able to wake up this time because of that little guy called Brian. Wallace did not want Carmelita to wallow in the pain of Karina's death. Therefore, he changed the topic and brought up Han Shua. He's fine. Huh. I should have known that he would be fine. He's more cunning than anyone else. Carmelita forced a smile and asked Wallace, is he in the City of Shadows? I want to see him. Wallace revealed a troubled expression. After hesitating for a moment, he replied, he is fine at the moment. But your injuries have not stabilized yet. It's better to wait for a while. It won't be too late to see him after you have purged the divine energy of darkness in your body. Carmelita knew that Wallace was concerned for her well-being. She nodded and softly replied, I understand. All right, rest well. Stabilizing your injuries as soon as possible is of utmost importance. I will take my leave now. Wallace stood up and walked out of the room smilingly. After arriving at a secret chamber in the Saint residence, Wallace asked Andre, who had been sitting there silently, how did it go? We don't have conclusive evidence. But according to what Brian said, the divine energy of darkness left in Carmelita's body, the fact that that guy has been out of the city for such a long time, and the clues we found, we can deduce that it is indeed him. Andre replied in a low voice with a gloomy face. We don't need any more evidence. We don't need to continue investigating the ins and outs of this matter. I trust your judgment. Wallace decisively made his decision. After taking a short pause, he said in a deep voice, send a message to Aobashi and the other 2. Have them search for Avery's traces with all their might. Once they find his location, report to me immediately. We will arrest him immediately. Brother, we don't have any evidence. Won't we? Andre's spirit was lifted. But soon after, he bunched his brows as though he had just recalled the House of Lavers. It doesn't matter. Since we have already made our move, we don't have to worry about anything. Keep a close eye on the House of Lavers. Once it is proven that that guy is related to Avery, we will exterminate the entire House of Lavers. Wallace was indeed ruthless. Once he took action, he would not leave any leeway. Currently, there is no evidence to prove that the Patriarch of the House of Lavers, Field, is involved in this matter. But I will do as you say. If Field really doesn't know about this, what should we do? Andre asked. If he really doesn't know anything, we will capture all of Avery's trusted aides in the Fifth Corps. When the time comes, I will personally explain this matter to Field and see what his attitude is. If he doesn't know what's good for him, we will eliminate the House of Lavers from the City of Shadows," Wallace said in a deep voice. "Understood." Andre nodded. He knew that his big brother would not show any mercy once he took action. The reason why the House of Saint was able to stand tall in the City of Shadows for so many years was because they had such a decisive and ruthless patriarch. "Oh right, before we take action against the House of Lavers, you will personally explain the ins and outs of this matter to the patriarchs of the other 3 major family clans. We must not disappoint the patriarchs of the other 3 major family clans. We must make them understand that the House of Lavers deserves all of this," Wallace instructed after thinking for a moment. Andre nodded and expressed that he understood. After thinking for a moment, just as Andre was about to leave, he suddenly asked, "Oh right, big brother, that youngster Brian has saved Carmelita's life twice. Shouldn't we express our gratitude? That youngster is not bad," Wallace praised when Andre mentioned Han Shua. After thinking for a moment, he said in a somewhat vexed manner, "That youngster has a firm will and a sharp spirit. On top of that, he is an expert in medicine refinement. He is indeed a rare talent. However, this youngster's strength is a little too weak. I'm afraid that if we give him too many benefits for the time being, he won't be able to accept them all of a sudden. Otherwise, why don't we just hand over the Fifth Corps to him?" Andre's heart skipped a beat when he heard that Wallace intended to hand over the Fifth Corps to Han Shua. He thought to himself, "This is an opportunity for me to reach the heavens in a single bound. There are so many experts in the City of Shadows. Every single one of them would be jealous of the position vacated by Avery. Once Han Shua becomes a chief of divine guards in the City of Shadows, as long as he possesses sufficient strength, he can establish his own family clan." But after thinking for a moment, Andre shook his head slightly and said in a bitter smile, "It's a pity that youngster is too weak. He won't be able to convince the others to take over the Fifth Corps." "Yeah, that's what I was thinking. That kid has a good relationship with Carmelita. If he were to take over the Fifth Corps, we would be able to save a lot of trouble. It's a pity that he's too weak." "Forget it, I'm just saying. We'll see how it goes when the time comes." Wallace shook his head helplessly. He didn't want to discuss this further with Andre. Han Shua did not know that Wallace intended to hand over the coveted position of the Fifth Corps to him. Had he known that Wallace intended to do so, he might have been willing to take the risk and prove his strength in order to seize this opportunity to reach the heavens in a single bound. After all, by taking over the Fifth Corps, Han Shua would be able to freely form his own team of divine guards. With a powerful force under his command and the wealth he obtained from his pharmacy, he would be able to smoothly establish another powerful family clan in the City of Shadows. He might even be able to replace the former House of Lavers and become one of the 5 major family clans in the City of Shadows. Setting aside these beautiful prospects for the time being, Han Shua was currently faced with an extremely troublesome matter. If this matter was not handled properly, Han Shua might not even be able to maintain his transcendent status in the City of Shadows, let alone establishing his own family clan. How is this possible? Han Shua cried out involuntarily when he saw Anaito, who wore a solemn face. "I don't know what's going on either." However, after a member of the House of Kisa took your medicine of tranquility, not only did he fail to stabilize his current realm, his body seemed to have suffered from a backlash. Not only has he failed to advance a single step, but his realm has also regressed. "I am here to inform you of this matter," explained Anaito. "It is impossible for the medicine I refined to have such a situation. There must be a problem somewhere. It is very possible that the fellow did not take the medicine according to my instructions." Han Shua had absolute confidence in the medicines he personally refined. He did not believe that such a problem would occur. "I have just received the news. I don't know the details yet. Why don't you go to the House of Kisa and take a look," suggested Anaito. Han Shua nodded and immediately headed for the House of Kisa under Anaito's lead without a second thought. Andrina, who was supposed to continue devouring crystal coins on the third floor, silently floated down and landed beside Anaito, giving him a big fright. With sufficient crystal coins to consume, Andrina's injuries healed faster and faster. However, the mysterious and unfathomable aura on her body grew fainter and fainter. Han Shuo knew that as Andrina's injuries healed, her ability to conceal her strength also grew stronger. Unlike Akeley, Andrina was determined to follow him. Han Shuo had no choice but to let her follow him. Anaito sized up Andrina, who had silently appeared. He was startled by the unapproachable expression on her face. He looked at Han Shuo, who was silently walking forward, and thought to himself, so this youngster has such a hobby. No wonder he has never properly communicated with any of the young and beautiful women in the City of Shadows after coming to the city for so long. Instead, he likes to hang out with Miss Carmelita. So it turns out that all strange people have strange hobbies. Suddenly, a pair of cold eyes fell on Anaito. Anaito, who was having filthy thoughts, suddenly discovered that the ice-cold little girl was staring at him. For no reason, Anaito felt a chill all over his body. He subconsciously let out two hollow laughs and did not dare to look into Andrina's eyes. "If you dare to have any filthy thoughts again, I will kill you." Andrina coldly groaned and warned. I wouldn't dare." Anaito hastily said. But as soon as those words left his mouth, he immediately realized that it was inappropriate. He thought to himself, why would I be afraid of a little girl? It doesn't make sense. Han Shuo paid no attention to the little disturbance between Anaito and Andrina. He was thinking about the medicinal pellets. Soon, he arrived at the Kisa residence. After reporting his name, the guards of the Kisa residence coldly escorted Han Shuo to the Kisa residence. Those guards looked at Han Shuo as though they were looking at a swindler. This made Han Shuo feel very uncomfortable. "What's going on?" asked Han Shuo with his brows bunched when he saw Ridgersi in a gymnasium inside one of the buildings in the Kisa residence. Ridgersi was in charge of the 6th Corps of Divine Guards. He was an influential person in the City of Shadows. The last time he met Han Shuo, he was very respectful and courteous. But this time, he did not show any courtesy. After coldly sizing up Han Shuo, Ridgersi lightly groaned and said, "You sure are fast." Ridgersi then pointed at a young man who was convulsing on the ground and said furiously, "You sold a good medicine. My nephew is in this state because he took your medicine of tranquility. Your medicine is so unstable and has such terrifying side effects. Why didn't you tell him in advance? You caused his cultivation to regress instead of advancing. And yet, you still dare to come. I have sold so many of my medicines and many people have taken them. This is the first time such a situation has happened. I believe that this has nothing to do with my medicine. He must have taken it improperly. There must be some misunderstanding." Han Shuo swept a glance at that young man and said with his brows bunched. "There is no misunderstanding. I have interrogated him. He took the medicine according to the prescription of your medicine. There is no mistake. There must be something wrong with your medicine that caused this situation. How dare you deny it?" Ridgersi took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. He said in a gloomy voice, "I know that you have a close relationship with Carmelita. You even saved her life a few days ago. That is why I am speaking to you in such an amiable manner. Otherwise, don't even think of standing in front of me right now." Ridgersi's attitude made Han Shuo even angrier. He coldly gazed at that young man who was trembling on the ground. He raised his head and said to Ridgersi in a sarcastic tone, "So many people have taken my medicine. Why is it that none of them are affected except for him? How would I know? Maybe the others haven't acted up yet. How dare you be so arrogant when there is a problem with your medicine? If it weren't for the House of Saint, I would have taken you down right now." Ridgersi could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. He immediately bellowed in a low voice. Beside him, several divine guards from the 6th Corps had surrounded Han Shuo. The reason why Ridgersi was so friendly to Han Shuo was because of the medicine. Now that he saw that the medicine had such a side effect, he immediately felt that he had been deceived. Therefore, his attitude towards Han Shuo, a mere low god, had completely changed. He did not immediately take action because he was apprehensive of the relationship between Han Shuo and the House of Saint. Lord Ridgersea, I hope that you will not act rashly before the matter is clarified. I am in charge of Mr. Bryan's safety under the orders of Lord Erebus and Lord Andre. I hope that your lordship will not make things difficult for our third corps. Anaito hastily said when he saw that Ridgersea was about to take Mr. Bryan away. It was at this moment that Andrina, who was standing beside Han Shuo, suddenly stepped forward. She stood in front of Han Shuo and looked at Ridgersea with hostility. Han Shuo grabbed Andrina's little hand and pulled her back. If Andrina was allowed to do as she pleased without clarifying the situation, the good reputation of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy might very well be ruined. Han Shuo was counting on the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy to earn him a large amount of crystal coins. He knew that he could not be reckless at this moment. In short, you must give my family clan an explanation. When Ridgersea heard Annette mentioning Erebus and Andre's names, he didn't dare to act recklessly and shouted angrily. Ridgersea was startled when he saw that Andrina had stepped forward. For a moment, he felt that Andrina was an extremely formidable opponent. However, that feeling vanished without a trace when Han Shuo grabbed Andrina's little hand. Ridgersea thought that it was just a momentary hallucination. He was in a fit of anger at the moment and did not think too much about it. Let me take a look at the situation first. Han Shuo no longer paid any attention to Ridgersea. He secretly decided that he would never sell any medicinal pellets to the House of Kisa again after this matter was clarified. Ridgersea's attitude made him very unhappy.
Chapter 718. Han Shuo squatted down and placed his hand on the man's back to examine the condition of his body. The news that Han Shuo had saved Carmelita 2 days ago had spread throughout the City of Shadows. Otherwise, Ridgersea wouldn't have allowed Han Shuo to do as he pleased. With Han Shuo's hand on the man's back and Ridgersea facing him, it was impossible for him to see what Han Shuo was doing. Han Shuo's demonic yuan was like tiny, formless snakes that slowly seeped into the man's body in an attempt to find the source of the disorder in his body. Han Shuo was well aware of the composition and effects of the medicine of Jade Pearl. With the miraculous demonic yuan, he quickly figured out what was going on. Something's wrong. Han Shuo bunched his brows and said in a deep voice, "What's causing the convulsions in his body is another type of medicine. I can guarantee that the medicine of Jade Pearl I refined does not contain that type of medicine." Did he swallow some other medicine? No. I didn't. The man opened his mouth with great difficulty. His voice was very weak. "Kid, you aren't trying to shirk your responsibility, are you?" Ridgersea immediately rebuked his nephew. It was obvious that he trusted his nephew more. "That's impossible." Han Shuo coldly shouted, "There is absolutely no other type of medicine in my medicine. There must be a problem. My lord." It was at this moment that another divine guard rushed over hastily. "What is it?" Ridgersea was in a fit of rage. When he saw that the divine guard was flustered, he impatiently gave him a slap. The slap caused the divine guard's body to sway. When Ridgersea finally stabilized his body, a trickle of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. However, he hastily explained, a divine guard was accidentally injured in the gymnasium. After consuming young Master Gregor's medicine of rejuvenation, not only did his injuries not stabilize, he immediately died. Han Shuo's face jolted upon hearing those words. Ridgersea immediately flew into a rage. He glared at Han Shuo and said, "How dare you deny that your medicine isn't the problem? Once is fine, but twice. How dare you deny it? Arrest him. Lord Ridgersea." Anaito shouted anxiously. He intended to remind Han Shuo that Erebus and Andre were protecting him. "Say no more. Even if Andre and Erebus were here, I would still pursue this matter. If there is any responsibility, I will bear all of it. Capture this brat immediately and break his arms and legs. Later, I will personally question Andre and Erebus about this matter. I want to see how they will defend such a swindler. Rugersi's face was cold. He was truly enraged. The Sixth Corps Divine Guards no longer hesitated after hearing Rugersi's words. They immediately surrounded Han Shuo. Several of the Divine Guards brandished their divine weapons and aimed them at Han Shuo's neck. As soon as Han Shuo heard Rugersi's order to break his arms and legs first, he became furious. There was clearly something fishy about this matter. Rugersi did not listen to Han Shuo's explanation and insisted that Han Shuo was a swindler. Such behavior had already violated some of the rules of the City of Shadows. However, Han Shuo wasn't worried that Rugersi would break his arms and legs. Given Han Shuo's monstrous regenerative ability, even if his internal organs were destroyed, he could quickly regenerate them, let alone broken bones. Besides, Han Shuo believed that once he unleashed his invincible omen body, would the attacks of those mid-god divine guards really have any effect on him? Han Shuo was not willing to endure such humiliation. He immediately gathered the energy in his body, ready to retaliate the moment those divine guards attacked him. Even if things escalated to the point where even the House of Saint could no longer protect him, Han Shuo didn't believe that he would have a bad life if he left the City of Shadows.
At most, it would take him a little more time. However, before Han Shuo could act, Andrina, who had been cold and indifferent all this while, suddenly moved. A dazzling radiance revolved around Han Shuo. After a series of crackling noises, all the divine weapons pointed at Han Shuo suddenly exploded. Those divine guards of the Sixth Corps who were holding the divine weapons were sent flying. Andrina, who was as cold as ice, stood proudly in front of Han Shuo. Her eyes were filled with murderous intent as she stared at Rugersi. She did not utter a single word. Anaito, who was about to persuade Han Shuo not to act rashly, was stunned on the spot when he saw such an unforeseen event. He did not know what to do. Who are you? How dare you injure my Sixth Corps Divine Guards? You are making an enemy out of the City of Shadows. As the chief of the Sixth Corps of the City of Shadows, Rugersi was not an easy character to deal with. He was initially astonished by Andrina's strength. But soon, he came to his senses and skillfully accused Andrina of a major crime. Han Shuo, who was about to attack, was also stunned. He turned to look at Andrina, who was tightly shielding him. For a moment, he did not know what to do. If you dare hurt him, I will kill you. Andrina said in a bone-chilling voice as she looked at Rugersi with her ice-cold eyes. Rugersi, who was about to make a move, suddenly felt that he was being affected by a strange magnetic field. In the next moment, a strong sense of crisis made him subconsciously want to take a few steps back. Looking at Angelina, who was threatening him, Rugersi felt a chill in his heart for no reason. He could not estimate the strength of this little girl. Let's go. After keeping silent for a moment, Han Shuo suddenly spoke. He shot a cold glance at the hesitant Rugersi and said, "Give me some time. I will get to the bottom of this matter. My medicines will not have any problems. I can guarantee that. Don't leave. He has injured so many divine guards," shouted a member of the House of Kisa who appeared out of nowhere. No one paid any attention to the member of the Sixth Corps. The divine guards stared at Rugersi and waited for his decision. At this moment, Han Shuo and Andrina had started walking towards the exit. However, they were on high alert, ready to deal with any attack from the House of Kisa at any moment. Rugersi stared at Andrina in silence for a long while. Suddenly, like a ferocious beast, he pounced at Andrina. This Rugersi was different from the person with the same name Andrina killed at Greenfire Swamp. He possessed early-stage high god strength and cultivated in the energy of death. While in midair, Rugersi's face suddenly turned as pale as a sheet. His entire body shrunk and shriveled in an instant. A bone suddenly appeared in his hand after a flash of phosphorescence. Soon after, the domain of divinity of death enveloped him. The bone turned into a beam of ghostly light as it shot towards Andrina. Andrina, who was protecting Han Shua, stared at Ridgersea with a cold glint in her eyes. She felt that Ridgersea did not know how to appreciate her kindness. In an instant, her body turned translucent like a crystal. Even her little dress started glowing. Before anyone could see what happened, intense energy fluctuations suddenly erupted from her body. It was as though a whirlpool had suddenly sprung out from her body and collided with Ridgersea. Bang! In the dazzling light, there was an explosion. Ridgersea had charged over at an extremely fast speed, but he retreated even faster. He landed on the ground in an instant with a face filled with disbelief. He turned to look at Andrina. The cold glint in her eyes grew even more intense. She stared fixedly at Ridgersea and took a few deep breaths. Then, a dazzling radiance flashed from her body and she pounced at Ridgersea once again. Andrina's attack was too fast. At this moment, Han Shua was powerless to stop her even if he wanted to. Seeing that a battle of life and death was unavoidable, Han Shua decided that he should call Akeley and leave the City of Shadows as soon as possible. At this moment, two silhouettes suddenly appeared out of nowhere and landed beside Ridgersea in an instant. A loud rumble sounded from the dense darkness. By the time the darkness dispersed, two people were standing in front of Ridgersea. Han Shua was already familiar with Andre. However, what surprised him was why Andre would appear at this moment. The other effeminate man wearing ink-black armor cried out in surprise, "How powerful! Who is this little girl?" Upon finishing those words, the man looked at Andrina with an astonished expression. Andrina took a deep breath and instantly retreated to Han Shua. She grabbed Han Shua and said in a low voice, "There are 3 of them. I haven't fully recovered from my injuries. I'm no match for them. Don't worry, they won't do anything." Han Shua consoled. He bowed from afar and said, "Greetings, Lord Andre, Lord Erebus." As soon as the effeminate man spoke, Han Shua could guess his identity. When Han Shua was trapped by Bravst, he had heard Erebus's voice. Therefore, he would always pay extra attention to such powerful figures. Therefore, when Erebus cried out in surprise, Han Shua immediately guessed his identity from his voice. Andre and Erebus were looking at Andrina in shock. They only came back to their senses when they heard Han Shua's greeting from afar. They nodded at Han Shua in greeting. Erebus smiled in a friendly manner. His effeminate face was filled with amusement. He nodded at Han Shua and said, "Thank you for your potion. It's truly a magical thing." "What kind of *T magical potion is this? 2 members of my family have already been harmed by it. Erebus and Lord Andre, even if you are taking care of this kid, you have to give me justice," Ridgersea said angrily as he panted heavily. It seemed that he had suffered a little in the fight with Andrina. "Brian, what's going on?" Andre had a very good impression of Han Shua, especially after he discovered that the little girl beside Han Shua was an unfathomably mysterious expert. He immediately raised the importance of Han Shua by a notch. 2 members of the House of Kisa have taken my potion. Something happened to them. I only took a look at one of them and discovered that there was another kind of potion in his body. I am certain that it is not from my Xuanji pharmacy. Before I could explain the situation, another member of the House of Kisa got into trouble. Ridgersea insisted that it was related to my potion and refused to listen to my explanation. He planned to break my limbs and capture me, explained Han Shua. After Han Shua finished his explanation, Andre, Erebus, Ridgersea, and the divine guards of the House of Kisa were looking at Andrina, who was holding hands with Han Shua. After a while, Andre let out a light cough and said to Ridgersea, who was wearing a furious face, "There is something fishy about this matter. I believe that it has nothing to do with Blair. So many people in the City of Shadows have been fine after taking the potion. Even the divine guards of the House of Saint and Erebus are safe and sound. We can attest to this. From this aspect, perhaps there is something wrong with those two members of your family. How is that possible? Shouted Ridgersea. However, as André and Erebus had just saved him and the strength of the House of Saint was clear for all to see, Ridgersea's words sounded a little lacking in confidence. When Ridgersea saw the exchange of glances between Han Shua and André, he suddenly realized that he had misjudged one thing. Originally, he thought that Han Shua had a simple relationship with the House of Saint and that André and Erebus wouldn't disrespect him for a puny low god. But judging from the current situation, it was obvious that the two were protecting Han Shua. Ridgersea had no choice but to reconsider. I think we should first figure out the situation, Erebus suddenly said. Brian, are you saying that the potion in this person's body is not what your pharmacy of Xuanji should have? André asked Han Shua smilingly. He could also see through Ridgersea's guilty conscience. Definitely not. I am now certain that the pharmacy of Xuanji that this person consumed has either been tampered with or he lied and consumed some other potion. Han Shua said affirmatively. Isn't there another person? Why don't we take a look at that person first? André, who believed in Han Shua, immediately turned around and looked at Ridgersea. Bring his body over, under André's gaze, Ridgersea unwillingly instructed. Soon enough, a body was carried over by the 6th Corps Divine Guards. Han Shua moved forward and carefully examined the body before he said with certainty, there is another potion in this person's body. That potion is definitely not the same as my rejuvenation potion. Hey, can you still talk? Try to recall. Did anyone touch the potion in your hand? The feminine-looking Erebus suddenly squatted in front of the person whose body was convulsing. He looked at him with cold eyes and asked. Ridgersea's nephew appeared rather flustered under Erebus' gaze. His body slightly convulsed for a moment before he suddenly recalled something and said, Grego used this pharmacy of Xuanji to exchange for my rejuvenation potion. I heard from my uncle that Xuanji pharmacy is much more precious than the rejuvenation potion. Therefore, I made the exchange without hesitation. It seems that the rejuvenation potion that this dead divine guard consumed was also given to him by that man named Grego, right? Han Shua put on a cold smile and suddenly asked. Where is that man named Grego? Erebus stood up, looked at Ridgersea, and asked. He was screaming just now, asking us to stop them. Where is he? Ridgersea turned around and looked at the divine guard beside him in puzzlement. He instructed, go look for him. Call him here. He should have nothing to do with this. He is a member of our House of Kisa. There shouldn't be any problems. Ridgersea was feeling uncertain when he said those words. It seemed that the current situation was telling him something. That's hard to say. Erebus chuckled. He shot a glance at Andrina who was standing beside Han Shua and remarked, what an amazing little girl. A dozen or so minutes later, several divine guards rushed over with ugly faces. The leader of the divine guards hastily reported, My lord, Grego has disappeared. All the crystal coins in his room have been taken away. Ridgersea was no fool. His face immediately turned ugly and he angrily shouted, What is Grego doing? As a member of the House of Kisa, why would he be messing around at this time? Hurry up and find him. Ridgersea, I think this is your House of Kisa's fault. André's face turned cold and he softly groaned. This. Ridgersea was startled and immediately put on an embarrassed face. He turned to Han Shua and said, that. Brian. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. That. Brian, it's all right. Han Shua put on a faint smile as though he didn't mind the matter at all. He stood up, bowed to André and Erebus, and straightforwardly announced, From today onwards, the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy will no longer do business with your House of Kisa. Upon finishing those words, Han Shua pulled Andrina and walked out of the room. Arg! Ridgersea was filled with regret. He knew that he had made a grave mistake this time when he saw Han Shua leaving. Chapter 719. Andre and Erebus put on a gloating smile and ignored Ridgersea. They immediately followed after Han Shua and Erebus. The two were now filled with curiosity towards Angelina. They didn't understand how a little girl like her could possess such terrifying strength, and even more so didn't understand why she would follow Han Shua so obediently. Therefore, they were anxious to clarify the situation. Outside the Kisa residence, Andre and Erebus had caught up to Han Shua. When Han Shua saw Andre and Erebus following behind, he slowed down his pace and smilingly said, "Thank you for your help just now. Otherwise, I'm afraid it would have been very difficult for me to walk out of the Kisa residence." "Not at all. With such a powerful expert by your side, the Kisa residence wouldn't have had much of an advantage in a fight." Erebus swept a glance at Han Shua before turning his attention to Andrina. He asked puzzledly, "Young lady, what kind of energy did you use? Why have I never seen it before?" Andrina glared at Erebus and coldly replied, "None of your business." Ahem. Erebus let out two dry laughs in embarrassment. Andre, who was about to ask Erebus about it, tactfully did not pursue the matter. However, he still looked at Andrina with great astonishment. Andrina obviously did not have a good impression of the two. She only silently followed behind Han Shua and paid them no heed. Brian, there is something fishy about what happened at the Kisa residence today. That youngster, as a member of the Kisa residence, dared to use your medicine to harm others. He must be targeting your Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. He might have been instigated by someone. You must be careful, Andre said after a moment of silence. Yes, this incident is obviously targeting me. I wonder who it is that wants to do this to me. Han Shua nodded. He knew that Gale wouldn't have the guts to do such a thing. Besides, he had no grudge against that youngster. He wouldn't do such a thing for no reason. Have you offended anyone recently? I mean apart from Avery. Avery hasn't been in the City of Shadows recently and I've been keeping an eye on the Fifth Corps' every move. It shouldn't have anything to do with him. Andre bunched his brows and thought for a moment. He was rather puzzled. Han Shua was taken aback. He stopped moving and pondered for a moment. Suddenly, Han Shua had an idea and said, I've been to the Godswamp Pharmacy. The owner, Stice, wanted to do business with me, but we parted on bad terms. In the banquet hall of that alchemist, I got into an argument with an alchemist named Ghoulie. Could it be that Ghoulie? Phantom City's Ghoulie? Erebus exclaimed softly. Soon after, he shook his head and explained, this Ghoulie has an eccentric temperament. Although she is rather famous in Mirage City, she shouldn't have that much influence in our City of Shadows, right? Someone is trying to tarnish the reputation of my Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. If my Celestial Pearl Pharmacy were to collapse, who in the City of Shadows would benefit the most? Han Shua mumbled to himself with his brows bunched. Suddenly, he bunched his brows and became suspicious of that Stice from the Godswamp Pharmacy. Han Shua had a bad impression of that person. The reason why he didn't want to talk to him was because he felt that this person was too scheming. If something happens to your medicines, the ones who will benefit the most will be the pharmacies in the City of Shadows. You might not have noticed it, but the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy's appearance has affected the businesses of all the major pharmacies in the City of Shadows. Among them, the Godswamp Pharmacy has suffered the greatest loss. Andre seemed to have realized something when he heard Han Shua mumbling to himself. Han Shua became even more puzzled after hearing Andre's words. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly put on a smile and said, I will have to trouble you two lords to look into this matter. I believe that you two lords will be able to find the cause of this matter. Don't try to drug us, kid. But I will keep an eye out. Andre replied smilingly. All right, if there's nothing else, I will take my leave. Han Shua knew that Andre would definitely help him. Before he left, he asked, Oh right, how is Carmelita? Don't worry, she has woken up and is recovering well. Andre's smile grew even more gentle when he saw how concerned Han Shua was about Carmelita. Then I am truly relieved. Han Shua waved at the two and left with Andrina. Andre and Erebus did not pursue them. After Han Shua and Andrina were gone, Erebus said in a low voice, "That young lady is no pushover. Even I have no confidence in defeating her in a real fight." Andre nodded in agreement and said, "I didn't even realize her true strength the last time we fought her. If we hadn't arrived just in time, I'm afraid that Ridgersea would have suffered greatly. What I am most curious about is that youngster Brian. Why is that young lady so dependent on him even though she is so powerful? And from the looks of it, that young lady only listens to him. This is really strange." Erebus bunched his brows. His heart was filled with doubts. "We have plenty of time to figure out the situation. Fortunately, that youngster Brian seems to be more inclined towards our family. If that young lady completely listens to him, I believe it won't be a bad thing for us." Andre thought for a moment and said to Erebus, "Have you found Avery's whereabouts?" "Not yet," Erebus shook his head. "Keep an eye on the Godswamp Pharmacy. I feel that there's something unusual about Brian," Andre said. "Got it. That youngster's medicines are truly miraculous. I will have my men keep an eye on the Godswamp Pharmacy to see if they are behind this," Erebus said smilingly. It seemed that he was very curious about Han Shua. Han Shua did not return to the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Han Shua became suspicious and immediately began to take action. After Andre's reminder, Han Shua suddenly realized that the rise of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy in the City of Shadows had seriously threatened the original pharmacies in the city. As the largest pharmacy in the City of Shadows, the Godswamp Pharmacy had suffered the heaviest losses. Han Shua knew that they would definitely take action. Stice's invitation to cooperate with Han Shua could be considered as an action taken by the Godswamp Pharmacy. However, Han Shua had flatly refused. Since soft tactics didn't work, it was only natural for them to use a little more forceful means to force Han Shua into submission. As his suspicions grew, Han Shua immediately set his sights on the Godswamp Pharmacy. With the help of the demon generals in the Cauldron of Myriad Demon, Han Shua was blessed with many opportunities to secretly investigate. Soon enough, Han Shua and Andrina arrived at the area where the Godswamp Pharmacy was located. Han Shua found a shadowy area to hide in. After that, Han Shua released his demon generals and flew towards the Godswamp Pharmacy. "Ha! What's that?" Andrina suddenly let out a soft cry. Her eyes glistened with dazzling radiance. The silhouettes of several demon generals appeared in her pupils. Those demon generals refined by Cauldron's spirit could skillfully transform into their incorporeal forms. When Han Shua released them, he deliberately made them appear incorporeal. Only Han Shua, with his super-strong consciousness, could clearly see the traces of those demon generals. An average person wouldn't be able to detect them at all. Han Shua was careless and forgot about Andrina's mysterious strength. After Andrina let out a soft cry, the few demon generals quickly disappeared from Han Shua's vicinity. At this moment, Andrina's eyes were fixed on Han Shua. She asked in incomparable astonishment, Did those things come out from your body?" "I saw it clearly. Don't try to hide it." Han Shua felt a headache coming on under Andrina's fiery eyes. What exactly were those things? It's so strange. If we weren't so close to each other, I probably wouldn't have discovered them. How interesting. What exactly were they? Andrina was very interested. She shook Han Shua's arm with both hands and wore an excited face. "That's a strange life form. It's a kind of life form on our profound continent. It can be used to gather information." Han Shua explained to Andrina with a bitter face. He thought to himself, "I must be careful when I'm with her in the future. This little girl's senses are way too sharp. This life form is so miraculous. It doesn't seem to have a physical body. It's like pure soul energy, and the energy isn't weak at all. By the way, why are they in your body? Are you also a strange life form?" Angelina showed great interest in this matter and pestered Han Shua with questions. "That's right. Why are they in your body?" "No, I'm just using a kind of container to store them. I can take them out to gather information when I need it. It's that simple. Don't ask any more questions. I still have things to do. Han Shuo hastily replied. He then closed his eyes and pretended to be very busy. He ignored Andrina. The use of demon generals was far more than just gathering information. They could be used for sneak attacks, deployment of formations, assassination, concealment, and many other purposes. The demon generals refined by Cauldron Spirit, in particular, possessed immense strength. They were Han Shuo's main helpers. Of course, these were all secrets that Han Shuo would definitely keep. He would never tell Andrina about them. Andrina was about to continue asking, but when she saw that Han Shuo had even closed his eyes, she knew that Han Shuo didn't want to talk about it. However, she became more and more curious about Han Shuo. Her gaze when she looked at Han Shuo was filled with amazement. The God Swamp Pharmacy was the largest pharmacy in the City of Shadows. Naturally, it was protected by boundaries. However, the God Swamp Pharmacy was just a pharmacy after all. Although it possessed extraordinary strength, it did not dare to show off in the City of Shadows. Therefore, the boundaries they set up were not particularly powerful. Therefore, the demon generals were able to easily sneak in. Han Shuo's demon generals circled around a few buildings in the God Swamp Pharmacy and discovered that there were entire sets of medicine refining equipment. Many pharmacists were busy using the equipment in their hands to refine strange medicines. There were also some pharmacists of higher status who were arguing in a few rooms with flushed faces. Using his demon general's senses of sight and hearing, Han Shuo discovered that they were merely discussing medicine refining techniques. They did not mention anything about the House of Kisa. One of the demon generals discovered Guli in Mirage City. Due to the gathering of pharmacists, Guli was still residing in the God Swamp Pharmacy. Han Shuo treated Guli as a suspect. His demon general carefully observed Guli's every movement. He saw that Guli had an irritated face. She was flipping through thick medicine refining books and muttering to herself. When the demon general heard what she was muttering, he nearly laughed out loud. It turned out that Guli was flipping through thick medicine refining books in search of the few medicinal ingredients that Han Shuo had casually mentioned in the banquet hall. Those medicinal ingredients weren't something that the people of this universe should know about. Even if they knew about those medicinal ingredients, they wouldn't have given them the same names. Han Shuo had only said those words to annoy Guli. He did not expect that she would be so persistent. Just by looking at the medicine refining books scattered on the ground and Guli's messy hair, Han Shuo knew that Guli had probably been searching through those books for a long time. Ah! Guli pulled her hair frantically and screamed like a madman, "That kid must be talking nonsense. That's impossible. If those medicinal ingredients really exist, there's no way I wouldn't know about them. He must be lying. He must be a liar." After yelling for a while, Han Shuo thought that Guli would give up on this pointless method. He did not expect that after yelling for a while, she would pull out an even thicker medicine refining book and continue to read it. She lowered her head to look for the medicinal ingredients while cursing him in a low voice. Han Shuo, who originally loathed Guli, was somewhat impressed by her tireless spirit. Guli's character was indeed problematic, but Han Shuo could not help but admire her enthusiasm in studying medicine refining. It was no wonder that she could become the best medicine refining pharmacist in Phantom City. Based on her enthusiasm alone, Han Shuo believed that she must be a real talent. Because of this, Han Shuo immediately excluded Guli from the list of suspects. A crazy woman like her who only knew how to refine medicine shouldn't have so many thoughts to deal with him. Moreover, judging from Guli's appearance, Han Shuo guessed that she had not left this place for a long time. It was impossible for her to have the time to carry out any schemes. After excluding Guli, Han Shuo focused on Stice. However, after searching the God Swamp Pharmacy with his demon generals, they could not find Stice. This made Han Shuo feel a little strange. After thinking for a moment, Han Shuo dispersed his demon generals even more. This time, He no longer searched the obvious buildings but focused on some remote areas where boundaries might appear. 3 secret chambers with powerful boundaries were discovered by the demon generals. 2 of them had relatively weaker defensive boundaries. After hesitating for a moment, Han Shuo carefully controlled the 2 strongest demon generals to barge into the 2 boundaries. Everything went smoothly. The boundaries did not trigger any alarms or counterattacks. As soon as the 2 demon generals entered the 2 secret chambers, Han Shuo was immediately startled by what he saw. Inside one of the boundaries were many frozen organs. Most of those organs belonged to humans. Every single one of them was in good condition. Inside the other boundary were many low gods and base gods with weak strength. Several pharmacists with cold expressions were feeding some of the prisoners medicines that were emitting green smoke. One of the base gods seemed to be unable to withstand the effects of the medicine and soon turned into a puddle of green blood. Han Shuo was shocked by what he saw in the 2 secret chambers. The methods used in the 2 secret chambers were illegal, especially the experiments on gods. The drugs used were clearly poisons. This was strictly forbidden by all dominions. Han Shuo did not expect that the God Swamp Pharmacy would dare to disregard the laws of all dominions and conduct such a thing in the City of Shadows. The 2 secret chambers with relatively weaker boundaries had already produced such shocking scenes to Han Shuo. With that, Han Shuo became even more curious about the last secret chamber with the strongest boundary. Furthermore, Han Shuo was now very suspicious of the God Swamp Pharmacy. When he thought about the abnormal situation at the house of Kisa, Han Shuo suspected that it was because of the poisons that one of the 2 had died and the other had regressed in strength. "What's wrong?" Andrina's voice suddenly sounded beside Han Shuo's ear. Han Shuo came to his senses. He turned to look at Andrina beside him, took a deep breath, forced a smile, and said, Nothing, you don't look too good. Did you discover something?" Andrina asked in a concerned tone. "I'll tell you later. Don't talk to me for now." Han Shuo did not say much and closed his eyes again. No matter what illegal things the God Swamp Pharmacy did, Han Shuo could not be bothered to ask. However, judging from the current situation, the God Swamp Pharmacy was the biggest suspect in what happened at the house of Kisa. Therefore, Han Shuo had to get to the bottom of the situation. The most powerful demon general arrived at the secret chamber with the strongest defense. The walls of the secret chamber were made of special materials. There were several boundaries on the walls that Han Shuo was not familiar with. Han Shuo was not confident that the demon general could break through the boundaries and see what was inside. Therefore, he was a little hesitant. "I should be discovered. However, I can give it a try. If it doesn't work, I'll retreat immediately. I believe they won't be able to find me anyway," Han Shuo thought to himself. After focusing his attention, Han Shuo ordered the demon general to enter. The demon general carefully clung to the wall and slowly broke through the boundaries. Only 2/3 of the way through the wall, a force suddenly chased after the demon general. Han Shuo was shocked. He immediately understood that the demon general had been detected by the boundaries. However, he did not order the demon general to retreat. Instead, he ordered the demon general to break through the boundaries as fast as he could. Pa pa pa. A series of crisp sounds came from the walls of the secret chamber. The demon general had successfully broken through the boundaries and entered the secret chamber. "Brian, that guy must be someone." A white-haired old man with a jade-like face ordered Styles, who was kneeling on the ground. Before he could finish his sentence, he immediately noticed the abnormality of the boundaries and shouted. The demon general did not hear anything else. However, based on those few words, Han Shuo was sure that what happened at the house of Kisa must have something to do with the 2 people in the secret chamber. There was no time to inquire about what was going on in the secret chamber. The old man seemed to have sensed the demon general's location. Han Shuo ordered the demon general to retreat immediately. As soon as it entered the secret chamber, the demon general immediately received the order. Without any hesitation, it returned at an even faster speed. Anyway, its whereabouts had been exposed, so it was not afraid of making any noise. There was another series of pa-pa-pa sounds. The demon general quickly broke through the boundaries and returned. At this time, the old man in the secret chamber had just gotten up and was about to chase after the demon general. "Let's go." Han Shua, who was outside, simply grabbed Andrina and quickly left while the God Swamp Pharmacy was in a mess. As soon as the demon general came out of the boundaries, it immediately flew into the sky. The old man seemed to have some misgivings. He looked up at the sky and did not chase after it. His expression was very ugly. Chapter 720. After returning to the secret chamber, Stice immediately asked, "Master, did someone discover the situation here?" "I'm not sure. But something just penetrated the boundary. As for the other two secret chambers, I don't know if they have been discovered as well," the old man replied with uncertainty. "Then what should we do?" Stice was rather flustered. He said anxiously, "If the House of Saint learns that we have been doing this behind their backs, we will not be able to escape from their pursuit." "What are you panicking for?" the old man chided. He slowly sat down, thought for a moment, and instructed, "Immediately move all the unclean things out of this place. I need to stay away for a while. Don't worry, even if the disturbance just now was caused by the House of Saint, I believe that they won't act rashly if they can't find any evidence. But according to my estimation, the intruders are definitely not from the House of Saint. Otherwise, they wouldn't have retreated. Based on the usual style of the House of Saint in the City of Shadows, if they were really from the House of Saint, they would have invaded by now." "You are right, Master. I will make the preparations right away." Stice heaved a sigh of relief after listening to the old man's analysis. "Go. Move all the unclean things out of those secret chambers as fast as you can. Don't alarm those pharmacists who are here to participate in the exchange." The old man nodded. Stice knew that the situation was urgent and immediately left the secret chamber to deal with the situation in the other secret chambers. At this moment, Guli from Mirage City was clutching her hair in frustration. She threw a thick book on medicine refinement to the side and cursed, "That youngster must be spouting nonsense. There are no names of those medicines in the book. He must be lying. Liar. That scoundrel. I am going to find him and ask him." While muttering to herself, Guli left the VIP lounge. She did not care that it was already late at night. "Ha!" Guli softly cried out. She suddenly discovered that in the dark night, there were hazy shadows shuttling back and forth at high speed in the forbidden areas of the God Swamp Pharmacy. She initially thought that the God Swamp Pharmacy had been attacked by enemies. She was just a pharmacist and her strength was very limited. She was very afraid of death. After observing for a while, she found that the shuttling shadows seemed to be carrying something in several rooms. They seemed to be very anxious. At first, Guli did not pay too much attention to it. She thought that the God Swamp Pharmacy must have purchased some medicinal ingredients. Just as she was about to head to the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy to question Han Shua, she suddenly heard a loud clang as though a glass container had been shattered. "Idiot, can't you be a little softer? If you're discovered, none of you will survive." A voice that was deliberately lowered came from that area. Guli was startled and paid attention to it. She cautiously approached the area and immediately smelled the sour smell of medicine. Guli knitted her brows and took 2 deep breaths before her face changed. She hurriedly took out a bottle of potion and swallowed it. "It's poison." Guli immediately identified the liquid that had seeped out of the broken glass container. As an old fellow who had been immersed in the art of medicine refinement for many years, although Guli had never studied poisons, she was very sensitive to the smell of some special potions. Guli's curiosity grew even more. However, she did not dare to approach this time. She took out several kinds of potions that she had meticulously refined and cautiously smeared them all over her body, completely concealing her scent. Even the energy waves in her body gradually stabilized. With that, Guli gained some confidence and continued to approach stealthily. It was late at night and everyone's vision was impaired. Those people were busy dealing with some unclean objects and did not pay much attention to their surroundings. Furthermore, Guli had used special potions to conceal her scent. Therefore, no one discovered that there was a person hiding in the darkness not far away. When Guli saw clearly what those people were carrying, she was so shocked that she almost cried out. She covered her mouth tightly and did not dare to look any longer. She slowly retreated. The trafficking of organs and the refinement of poisons were strictly prohibited activities in every dominion. Just like the god hunters, they were hated by everyone. Guli immediately understood what the god swamp pharmacy was doing after she saw what those people were carrying. Generally speaking, those who dared to dabble in these two fields would possess extraordinary strength. Once they were discovered, they would not leave anyone alive. Guli was well aware of this. She wisely retreated as soon as she sensed that something was amiss. I can't stay in this place any longer. I didn't expect that the God Swamp Pharmacy, the largest pharmacy in the Darkness Dominion, would dare to commit such atrocities. I must take this opportunity to expose this matter to the public, Guli thought to herself. She retreated to the entrance of the God Swamp Pharmacy. Why are you going out so late at night? The divine guards at the entrance of the God Swamp Pharmacy recognized the eccentric Guli. They were baffled to see her leaving so late at night. I have something to do. If Guli had not witnessed the scene just now, she wouldn't have been so nervous. She might even have arrogantly ignored the divine guards and left with her head held high. But now, due to her guilty conscience, Guli's attitude was poles apart from her usual self. The divine guards found it rather strange. Oh, please be careful, Senior Guli. Although the City of Shadows has always been peaceful, there might be bandits lurking at night. The divine guard did not know what Guli had seen and did not think much of it. He even reminded her out of goodwill. He thought to himself that Guli's temper was pretty good at night. I know. I will. Guli was rather timid and stuttered when she heard the divine guard mention that there might be bandits lurking in the City of Shadows at night. Guli was even more flustered when she heard the divine guard mention that bandits might lurk in the City of Shadows at night. Guli replied stutteringly and hastily. She did not dare to say anything more to the divine guard and hastily left. The God Swamp Pharmacy did not impose too many restrictions on the eccentric pharmacists. The divine guards did not stop Guli from leaving. They were still chatting merrily as they watched Guli leave. They were puzzled as to why Guli was so agreeable today. Wasn't she usually ignoring them? As soon as Guli left the God Swamp Pharmacy, she started running like crazy. The divine guards were even more baffled. Not long after Guli left, a divine guard with a gloomy face walked out of the pharmacy. He came to the door and asked in a low voice, "Did someone leave just now?" "That's right. It's that Guli who got into a big argument with Brian of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy in the banquet hall. That old hag has a very strange temper. But today, she looks very flustered as though she had seen a ghost," replied the divine guards at the door. The person who asked the question did not pay much attention to it at first. But after hearing those words, he seemed to have thought of something. His face suddenly changed and he hastily asked, "Where did she go?" "I think she went to the Saint residence." "What's the matter?" one of the divine guards asked. "No, nothing." The divine guard who asked the question knew what was going on. Without saying anything else, he quickly ran out of the pharmacy and chased after Guli. He thought to himself, "Oh no, that old hag must have seen something. She must have informed the Saint residence about it." His judgment was correct. Guli was indeed planning to do so. Although she had an eccentric temper and was very arrogant, she was still a relatively traditional pharmacist. She was very resistant to the practice of using living people to research poisons. Without giving it much thought, she immediately ran towards the Saint residence based on her memory. However, Guli was, after all, just a pharmacist. She had never really put much effort into her cultivation. Not long after she started running, she heard a low and deep voice behind her, "Stay where you are. You are not allowed to leave the God Swamp Pharmacy today." Oh no, I must have been discovered. Ghoulie turned pale with fright. Not only did she not stop running, she even ran as fast as she could. She thought to herself, "They must be here to silence me." When the Divine Guard saw that not only did Ghoulie not stop running, but she also ran even faster, he was certain that she knew what was going on. With that, the killing intent in his heart surged and he decided not to hold back anymore. Fearing that Ghoulie would attract the patrolling Divine Guards, he flew to the top of a tall building, took out a strange-looking crossbow, and aimed it at Ghoulie. After thinking for a moment, the Divine Guard smeared some poison on the crossbow. He planned to destroy Ghoulie's body immediately after shooting her. Whoosh! A cold radiance streaked across the night sky. As a pharmacist, Ghoulie was not a god who was good at fighting. When she heard the sound of the crossbow behind her, she was so frightened that she could only run as fast as she could. Poof! The crossbow bolt pierced Ghoulie's left shoulder and sent her flying. By the time she landed on the ground, she was already feeling dizzy. She immediately felt a numbing sensation in her shoulder. Ghoulie's face changed. She thought to herself, "I'm done for." The crossbow bolt was smeared with poison. "I'm dead for sure." The Divine Guard who shot the crossbow heaved a sigh of relief. He thought to himself that it was fortunate that he smeared some poison on the crossbow bolt. Otherwise, the wound wouldn't have been fatal. The Divine Guard did not dare to linger any longer. He landed lightly on the ground and chased after Ghoulie. He planned to destroy her body to prevent the secret of the Godswamp Pharmacy from being exposed. It was at this moment that Han Shua, who was flying towards the Saint residence with Andrina, suddenly heard the sound of crossbow bolts piercing through the air. Han Shua was startled for a moment. He thought that the Divine Guard had been chasing them. A demon general nearby quickly arrived and saw Ghoulie's condition clearly. "Poison, poison," Ghoulie murmured in a muddle-headed voice. Her body was so numb that she couldn't move. Han Shua was alarmed. Through the demon general, he saw a Divine Guard of the Godswamp Pharmacy chasing after Ghoulie at high speed. It was obvious that he was going to eliminate Ghoulie completely. Based on Ghoulie's explanation and the resolute killing intent of that Divine Guard, Han Shua immediately understood that Ghoulie must have known something as well. Otherwise, she wouldn't have said those words and those from the Godswamp Pharmacy wouldn't have dared to act so presumptuously. Just a moment ago, Han Shua was worried about how he should explain to Andre and the others about the Godswamp Pharmacy. After all, the secrets of the secret chambers in the Godswamp Pharmacy could only be uncovered by demon generals. If Andre and the others were to ask, Han Shua wouldn't be able to tell them. But now that Ghoulie was here, Han Shua felt that he would be less worried if she was the one to tell him. Although Han Shua didn't like Ghoulie very much, he could make use of her at this moment. Han Shua immediately decided to save Ghoulie. It was at this moment that the Divine Guard from the Godswamp Pharmacy arrived beside Ghoulie. He took out a bottle of potion emitting green smoke and was about to pour it on Ghoulie's body. Through the observation of his demon general, Han Shua knew that the potion emitting green smoke could dissolve a god's body into green water. It was an extremely potent poison. As long as a single drop of the potion was poured on Ghoulie's body, Han Shua wouldn't be able to save her no matter how powerful he was. Although Han Shua was quite a distance away from that area, he wasn't completely helpless because there was a demon general there. "Old fart, you've got quite the temper. You even yelled at me the last time. Humph, you actually dared to come to the Saint residence to inform? Let's see what you can do when you're reduced to a puddle of blood." That Divine Guard from the Godswamp Pharmacy seemed to have been treated badly by Ghoulie as well. He muttered to himself and tilted the bottle of potion. All of a sudden, a phantom that resembled a demon hovering in the air suddenly appeared and collided with the green potion bottle. Clang! The bottle fell to the ground. The Divine Guard was startled by the sudden appearance of the demon general and hastily retreated. Before he could take out his weapon, the demon had already circled around him, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. If Donna happened to be here at this moment and saw this strange life form that had appeared in the ninth realm mysticaline harvester, she might very well suspect Han Shuo. That divine guard was completely clueless about the existence of the demon general. Since physical attacks were ineffective against the demon general, he was flustered. What are you? What the hell are you? The divine guard cried out in alarm as he defended himself. Most of the demon generals evolved from low gods in Cauldron Spirit were evolved from low gods. None of them could be underestimated. The divine guard had no idea how the demon general attacked and could only retreat step by step. It was at this moment that Han Shuo was rushing to the divine guard's location. The man from the God Swamp Pharmacy was flustered by the demon generals. Seeing that he could not take advantage of the opportunity to destroy the corpses and erase all evidence, and that there might be divine guards patrolling the area, he did not dare to stay any longer. He hastily retreated before Han Shuo could arrive. He thought to himself, Gu Li has been poisoned. Given the level of poison concocted by the God Swamp Pharmacy, there shouldn't be anyone who can save her. It shouldn't be a problem as long as she dies, right? With that thought in mind, the divine guard quickly disappeared. Although the demon general could keep him occupied, it wouldn't be easy for it to kill him. Therefore, the divine guard had no choice but to let him leave. A few minutes after the divine guard left, Han Shuo arrived at Gu Li's location. Naturally, Andrina also came with him. Gu Li's face had turned green. The poison had invaded her cells. Han Shuo sent his demonic yuan into Gu Li's body to investigate. His face slightly changed as he was certain that the God Swamp Pharmacy was behind the incident at the house of Kisa. The poison in Gu Li's body was exactly the same as that of the divine guard from the house of Kisa who died after consuming the pill of rejuvenation. Han Shuo took out a detoxifying pill, stuffed it into Gu Li's mouth, grabbed her, and hurried to the saint residence. That divine guard from the house of Kisa fell into Gu Li's hands after his death. Han Shuo couldn't treat him, but Gu Li discovered it in time. A single detoxifying pill was enough to heal her. With the God Swamp Pharmacy exposed, Han Shuo believed that they must be thinking of ways to remedy the situation. The sooner Andre learned of the situation, the faster they could control the situation. Han Shuo wasn't doing this to help the House of Saint, but for himself. Judging from the current situation, as long as the God Swamp Pharmacy wasn't removed from the City of Shadows, Han Shuo's Celestial Pearl Pharmacy would be his greatest rival. Judging from this incident, the God Swamp Pharmacy wouldn't let Han Shuo off the hook. Since the God Swamp Pharmacy had taken the initiative and threatened his interests, Han Shuo naturally had to do everything in his power to completely destroy the God Swamp Pharmacy. After taking the detoxifying pill, Gu Li's breathing gradually stabilized. Han Shuo secretly checked her condition with his demonic yuan and discovered that the poison in Gu Li's body was gradually being expelled from her body through her pores. With that, Han Shuo finally felt relieved. Why did you save her? Andrina was bewildered. She bunched her brows and asked Han Shuo, this woman has been hurling malicious words at you. Based on my understanding of you, it's already a blessing that you didn't take the opportunity to kill her. Why are you willing to save her? She is useful to me alive. Otherwise, we would have to spend a lot of time explaining the situation of the God Swamp Pharmacy to Andre. Andre would also be suspicious of how we discovered the situation there. With her around, everything will be solved. If she wasn't useful to me, I wouldn't even take a second look at her, Han Shuo explained. You are indeed a bad guy. Andrina giggled and said while pointing at Han Shuo. Good people have short lives, bad people can wreak havoc for thousands of years, Han Shuo casually remarked while carrying Gu Li. He then headed straight for the saint residence with Andrina. Who goes there? The divine guards of the saint residence were on high alert when they saw Han Shuo approaching with a person in his hand in the middle of the night. I am Brian from the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. I am looking for Lord Andre. It's urgent. Han Shuo hastily replied. The divine guards all knew Han Shuo. They admired this young man who had saved Carmelita's life twice. When they heard that Han Shua was in a hurry, one of them immediately said, "Come with me, I will take you to Lord Andre." Han Shua was dragging a dying person to the saint residence in the middle of the night. The divine guard dared not delay Han Shua's business. Poison, concocting poison. Gu Li, who had consumed an antidote, slowly woke up from her coma. She mumbled vaguely on the way to Andre. She woke up just in time, Han Shua thought as he lowered his head to look at Gu Li, who was still thinking about the poison. He thought to himself, "I won't waste any more time." Chapter 721. "What's going on?" asked Andre in a puzzled face as he looked at Han Shua, who had come to visit in the middle of the night. Han Shua casually tossed Gu Li to the ground. She was slowly regaining consciousness, but it seemed that she had not figured out what was going on. Her brows were bunched and she was mumbling in a low voice. "Just now, I went to the Godswamp pharmacy to ask about the situation. Little did I expect to run into people from the Godswamp pharmacy chasing after her. I heard her talking about the Godswamp pharmacy. She said that there are toxicologists who conduct experiments on living people. She also mentioned something about organs. I noticed that the poison in her body was exactly the same as the poison in the body of the divine guard from the house of Kisa. That was why I brought her to you," explained Han Shua after tossing Gu Li to the ground. "What?" Andre was startled. He softly cried out, "You are saying that the Godswamp pharmacy is brazenly committing illegal acts?" "That's right. I don't know the specifics, but Gu Li is about to wake up. You can ask her about it," replied Han Shua. He wanted to draw a clear line between the matter and himself so that Andre would not think that Han Shua was trying to frame the Godswamp family. Andre suddenly landed beside Gu Li and covered Gu Li's head with his large hand. 2 puffs of black smoke slowly came out from Gu Li's nostrils. She immediately woke up and cried out in alarm, "Godswamp pharmacy! Poison! Poison!" Gu Li quickly saw who the people around her were. She was rather startled at first as she did not know why she was in this place. But when she saw that Han Shua was still around, she suddenly shrieked, "You lied to me. Those medicinal ingredients that you mentioned are not in the pharmacological records. Are you lying to me? I am Andre from the House of Saint. What did you see in the Godswamp pharmacy?" asked Andre with a gloomy face. He had no time to care about the dispute between Gu Li and Han Shua. Gu Li was shocked. She finally understood the situation. Then, she screamed even louder, "That's right. Tonight, I accidentally saw the Godswamp pharmacy moving some things. I discovered that they..." Gu Li explained what had happened in a few words. Then, she said in a panic, "I was shot by that person with a crossbow. There's poison on the crossbow. Why am I here?" "It was Brian who saved you," Andre replied impatiently. He then asked in a deep voice, "Is what you said true? Why would I lie to you? I saw it with my own eyes," Gu Li affirmed. "Very well. I didn't expect the Godswamp pharmacy to do such a thing right under our noses." Andre wore a gloomy face. He paced around the room and said to Han Shua, "Thank you, Brian. I need to get to the bottom of the situation immediately. If the Godswamp pharmacy is really going to do that, they will be removed from the City of Shadows after tonight. Lord Andre, I can go with you. The Godswamp pharmacy might have moved those unclean things away. I am very good at locating things. Perhaps I can be of help to you." Before Han Shua left, he placed a few demon generals on top of a few nearby buildings and secretly observed the process of those people moving. He had a good idea of the new location of those things. Andre had heard from Carmelita about Han Shua's expertise in this field. He nodded in agreement and said, "Although the Godswamp pharmacy won't be that fast, there's no harm in you tagging along. Let's go." It was obvious that Andre did not think that a mere pharmacy shop would have that much influence. It seemed that he wanted to grab a ready-made one as soon as possible. "Hey, brat, you saved me." "Why did you save me?" And I was clearly poisoned. Why am I fine? Don't tell me it was you. Guli was still making a fuss. Han Shuo paid no attention to her. He casually replied, "A mere poison is nothing to me." You are a pharmacist, but you can't even handle such a small matter. I. Guli wanted to say something, but Han Shuo had already left with Saint. Naturally, Andrina followed closely behind Han Shuo. Andre immediately mobilized his army. The House of Saint was a powerful force. Very soon, they had gathered nearly 100 family divine guards. Every one of them possessed mid-god strength. Andre used a magic crystal device to contact Erebus and asked him to lead the divine guards of the Third Corps. The party rapidly headed towards the God Swamp Pharmacy. By the time Han Shuo, Andre, and the others arrived, they discovered that Erebus had already arrived with nearly 100 mid-gods of the Third Corps. At this moment, they had surrounded the God Swamp Pharmacy. "My lords, what's going on? Why have you surrounded our shop in the middle of the night? Could it be that there's something wrong with those pharmacists who attended the banquet?" Many of the God Swamp Pharmacy's divine guards who were guarding the entrance were not aware of the actual situation in the God Swamp Pharmacy. In the City of Shadows, the House of Saint was the absolute ruler. It had been a long time since the House of Saint dispatched hundreds of divine guards at once. This meant that something major must have happened. Although the divine guards were panic-stricken, none of them dared to step forward to stop them. "Without my command, no one is to leave the God Swamp Pharmacy. Anyone who tries to escape will be killed on the spot." Andre's left eye had turned dark purple. He commanded the divine guards behind him in a cold and sinister manner. Without even looking at the God Swamp Pharmacy divine guard who spoke, Andre, Erebus, and Andre barged into the building. None of the God Swamp Pharmacy divine guards dared to stop them. "Take control of every building inside and block all the entrances. Don't let a single person leave." After entering the God Swamp Pharmacy, the effeminate-looking chief of the Third Corps, Erebus, immediately instructed the Third Corps divine guards beside him. Those Third Corps divine guards followed his order and spread out. Like ghostly shadows under a curtain of darkness, they flew towards different areas of God Swamp Pharmacy. Andre and Erebus each led a team of divine guards and headed straight for the largest building. Han Shuo and Andrina silently followed behind them. The dwarf Stice rushed over after hearing the commotion. He stood in front of the building in a flustered manner and asked, "Lord Andre, Lord Erebus, what's going on? Why did you come all the way to the God Swamp Pharmacy? Is there something wrong with our actions?" Stice, on the other hand, was very good at acting. Han Shuo couldn't find a single flaw on his face. He could see the panic on his face, but he couldn't detect his guilty conscience. After coldly sizing up Stice, Han Shuo immediately realized that this person wasn't an easy character to deal with. "Your God Swamp Pharmacy attacked Guli, a visiting pharmacist, and used poison. Guli said that your God Swamp Pharmacy hid divine organs and used living humans to refine poison. This is a grave matter. We had no choice but to come and get to the bottom of this," Erebus said in a deep voice. "I'm being wrongly accused." Stice cried out in alarm, "How could our God Swamp Pharmacy do such a thing? We have always been law-abiding in the City of Shadows for so many years. We have paid the required crystal coins and have always acted according to the rules. How could we do such a thing? That Guli must be holding a grudge against us for not helping her deal with Mr. Brian of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. That's why she is slandering us. What a troublesome character." Andre came to a conclusion in his heart. This fellow seemed to have been prepared for this. His words were flawless. Andre's intentional exclamation also startled the alchemists from various cities who had come over for the exchange. One by one, they walked out of their rooms and came over to watch, their hearts filled with doubt. Just like Guli, these pharmacists came from various cities in the Darkness Dominion. Some even came from the Death and Destruction Dominions. Pharmacists possessed extraordinary identities. If Andre were to arrest them without any evidence, the reputation of the City of Shadows would certainly be affected. If the gods of the various cities felt that the city lord of the City of Shadows acted according to his whims, it would be detrimental to the City of Shadows' trade and other aspects. Although Stice's shriek seemed unintentional, it put Andre, Erebus, and the others in a very disadvantageous position. If they failed to find the culprit in the Godswamp Pharmacy, not only would they not be able to do anything to the Godswamp Pharmacy, they might even be blamed by all parties. With that, Andre and Erebus's hearts sank. They thought to themselves that this Stice was indeed treacherous. If we can prove that the Godswamp Pharmacy has nothing to do with this matter, rest assured, we will punish Ghoulie severely. However, this matter is of grave importance and we have to treat it with utmost caution. Please cooperate with us. As the number 2 character of the House of Saint, Andre was definitely not an easy character to deal with. He immediately blocked Ghoulie's path and pushed all the blame to her. He said that the poison was an extremely important matter and that his actions were not inappropriate. As citizens of the City of Shadows, we will naturally cooperate with you. My lords, please feel free to investigate. If there is anything wrong with the Godswamp Pharmacy, as the owner of the Godswamp Pharmacy in the City of Shadows, I will immediately commit suicide as an apology," said Stice in a righteous manner. Anyone who didn't know better would not suspect that there was anything wrong with the Godswamp Pharmacy just by looking at him. Oh no, everything must have been moved away. Andre and Erebus exchanged glances with each other. Their faces immediately sank. Both of them were wily old foxes. After hearing Stice's fearless assurance, they knew that they wouldn't be able to find anything in the Godswamp Pharmacy. They had underestimated the Godswamp Pharmacy's capabilities. They did not expect that they could evacuate everything in such a short period of time. Search carefully. Andre and Erebus had no choice but to summon up their courage and give the order. As soon as those words were uttered, shadows flew out from the darkness. They shuttled back and forth between the buildings of the Godswamp Pharmacy like specters. My lords, we didn't find anything wrong here. My lords, we didn't find anything wrong here either. My lords, everything is normal. The shadows returned to Erebus and Andre's side and expressed that they had not found anything. My lords, we at the Godswamp Pharmacy have always done things according to the rules. We would never dare to do anything that would incur the wrath of man and God. Please, my lords, investigate this. Stice suddenly kowtowed on the ground and put on an aggrieved face. Upon finishing those words, he took out his space ring and said, My lords, if you don't believe me, you can check our space rings. If there is anything wrong with the people of the Godswamp Pharmacy, are willing to pay with our lives. Those divine organs had to be stored in ice. Some poisons also had to be kept at a special temperature. It was impossible for the temperature of the space ring to be different from one another. Therefore, there couldn't be anything in the space ring. Stice did all that just to prove that he was innocent. How could the Godswamp Pharmacy do that? The Godswamp Pharmacy has a good reputation in the Darkness Dominion. The City of Shadows must have made a mistake and acted recklessly. Really, I didn't expect that the divine guards of the City of Shadows would be so impudent. Aren't they accusing innocent people? Who would dare to sell their medicines in the City of Shadows in the future? Yeah, there's clearly nothing. Why would they come here in the middle of the night? I think Ghoulie is just talking nonsense. That old hag was humiliated the last time. Seeing that the Godswamp Pharmacy didn't back her up, she harbored a grudge and deliberately took revenge. That must be it. The surrounding pharmacists who had come from various large cities were discussing with sarcasm. These people were rather prestigious in their respective cities. Their remarks could have an immeasurable impact on the City of Shadows. Andre and Erebus put on bitter smiles in their minds. They felt that they were in a difficult position. The two had underestimated the power of the Godswamp Pharmacy. They did not expect that the Godswamp Pharmacy would be so powerful that it could remove all the unclean items in just an hour. My lords, you must be mistaken. Ghoulie harbors a grudge against us and has maliciously spread such malicious rumors. This is an unforgivable crime. Please uphold justice for us, my lords. Stice cried out in grievance. However, he was sneering in his heart. Do you really think that the Godswamp Pharmacy is just a small shop? This. Andre put on a bitter smile. He no longer dared to look down on this dwarf. After hearing Stice's words, he decided to find a way out of this embarrassing situation. He planned to return to the Godswamp Pharmacy and investigate the matter in secret. Lord Andre, I smell a very strange odor in the air. This odor contains traces of poison. I believe that Ghoulie is right. If Lord Andre trusts me, I can lead you to continue searching through these odors. Perhaps you will find something. Just as Andre and Erebus were about to step down from the stage, Han Shoa, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke. Impossible. What are you talking about? There's no smell of poison in the air. If there was, we would have smelled it long ago. There are so many pharmacists around and we didn't even notice it. Are you the only one who can do that? A pharmacist jumped up and criticized Han Shoa. That's right. You're still young. Don't spout nonsense at such a crucial time. Even if you want to be in the limelight, you should look at the situation clearly. Another pharmacist shouted angrily. Han Shoa said that he could smell poison in the air. However, none of the pharmacists present said anything. Didn't this prove that Han Shoa was better than all the pharmacists present? With that, the pharmacists were naturally unhappy. They jumped up and accused Han Shoa of spouting nonsense. Han Shoa was spouting nonsense. However, his demon king had already investigated the situation. It wasn't difficult for him to use this excuse to find the target. Saying that was purely an excuse to continue the operation. Fine. If you really find something unclean, my promise just now remains unchanged. I will still commit suicide as an apology. Stice naturally didn't believe it either. He had been looking for an opportunity to deal with Han Shoa. Now that Han Shoa had delivered himself to his doorstep, he was truly overjoyed. However, his face was full of anger as he roared, "But what if you slander me and can't find anything? I'm also willing to commit suicide as an apology," Han Shoa said decisively with a cold smile on his face. Brian? Andre was originally prepared to take the opportunity to step down. However, after hearing Han Shoa's words, he was somewhat uncertain. He had an extremely good impression of Han Shoa. He didn't want anything to happen to Han Shoa. Brian, don't mess around. Erebus was also concerned about Han Shoa. He anxiously winked at Han Shoa as a hint. Commit suicide as an apology. This was no joking matter. With so many pharmacists present and Andre and Erebus as witnesses, if Han Shoa couldn't find anything, nobody could change the situation. Suddenly, Han Shoa's left hand tightened. He lowered his head and found that Andrina was also looking at him cautiously. She shook her head at him, hinting at Han Shoa not to act recklessly. Fine. Our Godswamp Pharmacy is upright and not afraid of your slander. Go ahead and investigate. We will follow. As long as we can prove that this matter is related to our Godswamp Pharmacy, I will not shirk my responsibility. Stice laughed heartily after hearing those words. He appeared to be full of heroic spirit and was truly open and aboveboard. This. Andre hesitated when he saw Stice's confidence. He didn't expect things to go out of control like this. He began to worry about Han Shoa. With that thought in mind, Andre looked worriedly at Han Shoa. However, he saw Han Shoa smiling confidently and nodding at him discreetly, indicating that he was confident. Andre, who was still hesitating, suddenly recalled the confident smile on Han Shoa's face. When Han Shoa asked everyone to leave before rescuing Carmelita at the Saint residence, Han Shoa also wore this confident and somewhat arrogant smile. For some unknown reason, perhaps because he recalled that Carmelita was safe and sound, Andre unexpectedly chose to believe in Han Shoa. Under everyone's gaze, Andre nodded and said in a deep voice, "All right, Brian, you lead the way." If you prove that you are spouting nonsense, I will not let you off easily. Andre did not say that he wanted Han Shuo to commit suicide as an apology. It was obvious that he was trying to protect Han Shuo. Stice sneered in his mind. How could he not see that Andre was trying to protect Han Shuo? However, after Han Shuo said those words in front of so many people, even if Andre didn't kill him, Stice believed that Han Shuo wouldn't have the face to continue living. Stice became even more excited when he thought that the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, his greatest threat, would be eliminated tonight. He thought to himself, I didn't expect things to be so interesting tonight. All I have to do is add fuel to the fire, and I believe that those pharmacists will spread rumors about the House of Saints' tyrannical and unreasonable conduct in every city. This will be in line with Master's desire to deal with the House of Saint. Master will be overjoyed. Everyone, follow me. Han Shuo sneered in his mind. He thought to himself, if I don't screw with your God Swamp Pharmacy this time, I will remove your name from the City of Shadows. Then, I will prove that I'm better than all of you as a pharmacist. Who in the City of Shadows will dare to doubt my abilities in the future? The party followed Han Shuo in a majestic manner, each with their own little plans, as they began the magical search. Chapter 722. In the dead of night, the group of divine guards who were patrolling from the Godswamp Pharmacy attracted the attention of even more divine guards. Some of those divine guards were from major family clans. When they saw that Andre and Erebus were in the group and hundreds of divine guards were dispatched, they immediately realized that something major had happened in the City of Shadows. Soon, the patriarchs of the other 4 major family clans received the news. None of them dared to lower their guard and sent experts from their family clans to spy on the situation. Soon, experts from the other 4 major family clans joined the search with all kinds of excuses. After learning what was going on, they followed the group and showed great interest in the matter. Andre and Erebus were having a headache. They had underestimated the power of the Godswamp Pharmacy. They did not expect that the situation would develop to such an extent. By now, the other 4 major family clans had secretly followed the group. As Han Shuo had announced that if Han Shuo couldn't find any evidence, even if Andre wanted to protect Han Shuo, he wouldn't be able to do so. Stice was not alarmed when he saw that the 4 major family clans had arrived. With so many witnesses, Andre and Erebus surely wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Even the heavens are on my side. Brian, how much longer do we have to go? Stice asked Han Shuo, who had suddenly stopped in his tracks. They were at a crossroad that led to 4 blocks. Han Shuo did not hurry forward but bunched his brows and pondered. Everyone's gazes were on Han Shuo, waiting for Han Shuo to make his move. This way, Han Shuo twitched his nose and pretended to sniff. He pointed at a street and led the way. Stice, who had been wearing a cold smile all this time, had a slight change in his expression. The items that he had moved were indeed in that direction. He felt that something was amiss. He must have guessed it. Don't worry, Stice consoled himself. Mr. Stice doesn't look too good. Are you getting scared? Han Shuo had been secretly observing Stice. When he saw the slight change in Stice's expression, he immediately mocked. Huh. Stice laughed and said, Me? Scared? What am I scared of? You should be the one who's afraid. Han Shuo nodded with a smile and turned away from Stice. He said to Andre and Erebus, let's hurry up. It's almost daybreak. It's better to solve the problem as soon as possible. Okay. Andre didn't know where Han Shuo got his confidence from, but he still nodded. Han Shuo suddenly sped up and headed straight for the dirtiest and most chaotic street in the City of Shadows. Andre, Erebus, and the others hastily followed behind him. Those from the major family clans also followed behind. Ridgersi of the House of Kisa had heard the whole story after arriving. When he learned that the poison in Gu Li's body was exactly the same as the poison in that divine guard of his House of Kisa, he started sizing up Stice with a gloomy expression. No one knew what he was planning. Jia of the House of Kinson came with her uncle Feisli. Tuyas of the House of Buller came with a small team of Buller Divine Guards. These people were all secretly discussing the matter. Naturally, the topic of their discussion would always be Han Shua. Those from the Lavers family were Han Shua's old friends, Donna, and her brother, Diwei. As she heard that the matter was related to Han Shua, she immediately rushed over. Diwei also felt that the atmosphere in the City of Shadows wasn't quite right lately and was worried about Donna. Is that youngster courting death? So many pharmacists couldn't sniff out the odor, but he can. Experts from all the family clans have gathered here. If he can't find any evidence, even Andre won't be able to protect him. Sister, you know him. Don't you think there's something wrong with his head? Diwei asked Donna beside him in a disdainful manner. With all 5 major family clans of the City of Shadows here, this matter was destined to become the hottest topic in the City of Shadows in the future. Of all those present, only Andre had some confidence in Han Shua. However, he was still feeling apprehensive. He kept thinking about what he should do if Han Shua couldn't find any evidence. He was having a huge headache. If there was one person among these people who truly had confidence in Han Shua, it would be Donna. There's something wrong with his head? Donna sneered and shook her head. She said, if there's something wrong with Brian's head, then everyone who came here today is a retard. Including myself. Donna softly sighed when she saw Diwei's astonished face. She explained, I have known Brian for a long time. I know him better than any of you. Since he is so confident, he must be very confident. Brother, the God Swamp Pharmacy is finished. No one can save them if they dare to do such a thing. I have long warned Uncle Avery not to get too close to the God Swamp Pharmacy. I hope he won't drag our family clan into this. You trust him that much? How can you be so sure? Diwei's face was filled with disbelief. He softly cried out, this youngster is just a low god. Even if he is a pharmacist, how much can he accomplish at such a young age? Sister, have you lost your mind? This has nothing to do with strength. Just keep watching. Donna knew that Diwei wouldn't believe her no matter how much she explained. She paused for a moment before she added, perhaps Brian's strength isn't what we know. This fella isn't something that ordinary people can imagine. Sigh, how did we end up like this? All right. Let's see how he conjures poison. Diwei sneered. The veins on Stice's forehead twitched. Sweat had unwittingly moistened the back of his lapel. As he got closer and closer to that area, the fear in Stice's heart intensified. At this moment, when Stice looked at Han Shua again, there was no longer a trace of complacency in his heart. There was only boundless fear. How could it be? How could he know? It can't be. It must be a coincidence. It must be a coincidence. Stice comforted himself over and over again. However, the sweat on his face increased and his footsteps became more unsteady. All right, this should be the place. Han Shua said in a low voice when he arrived in front of a few dilapidated buildings. Stice's body swayed and he nearly fell on his butt. When he raised his head to look at the buildings that seemed to have been abandoned for a long time, the fear in his heart intensified. Mr. Stice, you seem to be sweating. Hee, the weather is very cool. It can't be that hot, right? Besides, you are also a low god. How could you be affected by this kind of weather? Han Shua cried out in astonishment. He pointed at Stice as though he had discovered a new continent. When the crowd followed Han Shua's gaze, they immediately discovered that Stice was behaving strangely. The eyes of those old foxes were getting weirder and weirder. Hee, I have been studying medicine refinement and have neglected my cultivation for a long time. Everyone is walking too fast and it is rather strenuous for me to keep up. That's why I'm sweating. It's normal. Stice hastily explained with a somewhat forced smile. This was the poorest street block in the City of Shadows. Those living in the vicinity were the most impoverished gods. Most of them were base gods or demigods. Their strength was meager. Anyone with a little bit of wealth would not come to this place. The disciples of major family clans would even less so because this place held no attraction for them. As far as the eye could see, the buildings here were dilapidated. No one was cleaning up the garbage and dirty water. The air was filled with a sour stench. Beautiful women such as Donna and Gia were covering their noses with one hand and waving the other around. It seemed that they were very fed up with this place. "Brian, everyone is looking at you. Hee, can you hurry up?" Gia urged with a big smile on her face while covering her nose with one hand. Those who didn't know her might think that she had some kind of relationship with Han Shuo. This caused several disciples of major family clans who admired her to glare fiercely at Han Shuo. "That's right, I'm also looking at you." Stice forced a smile and also urged Han Shuo. He also covered his nose with one hand to conceal the fear on his face. He mumbled to himself, "How did you find such a place? It's too filthy. Let's just admit defeat and leave this place as soon as possible. I don't think anyone can wait any longer." "So what if I found the place?" "This place is covered with layers of concealment boundaries and is buried deep underground. There's no way you can find the entrance." Stice encouraged himself. He was afraid that if he didn't do so, others would see through his lies. No, hurry. We can wait. Hee. I can stay here even if the environment is 10 times dirtier." Erebus had long noticed the strange expression on Stice's face. "That's right. We can wait as long as we can prove it." Ridgersy's voice was ice cold as he said fiercely. He looked at Stice with eyes full of savagery. After arriving here, many people could see that Stice was behaving strangely. Their faces turned gloomy as they waited in silence. "Mr. Stice, do you think that the things are hidden underground and I can't find them?" After arriving at this place, Han Shuo had completely relaxed. He looked at Stice smilingly and slowly tortured him. Nonsense. Stice was startled. He put on a fierce front and said with a strange smile, "Are you deliberately stalling for time? Lord Andre, Lord Erebus, please look after him." Han Shuo nodded at Andre and Erebus, intentionally sighed, and said in a pitiful tone, "As pharmacists, instead of spending your energy on saving people, you spend it on killing and harming others. You will be punished for your actions that incur the wrath of man and God." You. Stice pointed at Han Shuo. It was unknown whether he was afraid or angry. He couldn't finish his sentence. "There's a large pharmaceutical warehouse 30 meters underground. I'll have to trouble you two lords to help me." Han Shuo bowed at Andre and Erebus and said with a smile. Plop! Stice fell on his butt. He no longer had any confidence. Han Shuo had accurately said that 30 meters underground. Stice knew that he was done for. He was also afraid of death. When he knew that he was about to face death, all the perseverance he had built up along the way was instantly destroyed. He couldn't bear it anymore. As matters stood, there was no longer a need to investigate further. Just by looking at Stice's helplessness and fear, anyone with eyes that weren't blind would know the truth. "Seize him!" Andre shouted. Several divine guards swarmed over and immediately restrained Stice.
"Everyone from Godswamp Pharmacy, stay where you are or you will be killed." Erebus shouted in an ice-cold and merciless voice. Impossible, you can't possibly smell it with your nose. I have cleaned it all up. None of the pharmacists there could have done it." Stice cried out in despair as he looked at Han Shuo. He knew that he couldn't escape death. "You are talking about them." Han Shuo pointed at those pharmacists who had been following him. He sneered and said, "They are all mediocre. I've told you before that these so-called pharmacists' gatherings are just a bunch of people with undeserved reputations. You. Those pharmacists who had opposed Han Shuo earlier were so infuriated that they nearly vomited blood. They pointed at Han Shuo but couldn't say a word. Han Shuo had proven that he could smell poison just by relying on his nose, and from such a great distance. In this aspect, he had already proven that his skill was clearly superior to anyone else's. Those pharmacists were pointed at their noses and scolded, but because the truth was right in front of them, they simply couldn't find any words to refute. Those from major family clans in the City of Shadows looked at those pharmacists with gazes full of disdain. Some of them even said in a low voice, "All of them are so weak and yet they are shameless enough to participate in a pharmacists' conference. Sigh, there are so many shameless people. Yeah, they don't have any real skills. In the future, we will just have to buy medicines from the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. As for the other shops, it's fine even if we don't go. Maybe they will sell poisons like the God Swamp Pharmacy." Another person chimed in. We're done for by the God Swamp Pharmacy." All the pharmacists were panic-stricken. When they saw the disdain on the faces of the members of major family clans, they realized that they could no longer stay in the City of Shadows. Be it the pharmacists in the City of Shadows or those who came from other cities to participate in the conference, under the disdainful gazes of the crowd, all of them turned around and left in shame. They vanished in the blink of an eye. Not a single one of them dared to stay and be humiliated. Did you see that? Donna glanced at Dewey, who wore a face full of disbelief, and said in a soft voice. How is this possible? How did he do it? Dewey's eyes were filled with shock when he looked at Han Shuo again. There was not the slightest trace of disdain in his eyes. I tried my best to recruit him into my family clan from the very beginning. You all thought that I was giving him face. Little did you know that I was begging him. Now you know his value, don't you? But it's too late. Otherwise, if he had joined our family clan, our House of Lavers would surely be much stronger than the other 3 major family clans. It's too late for regrets now. Sigh. Donna let out a long sigh. Dewey was a little embarrassed.
He had thought that Han Shuo was deliberately trying to curry favor with Donna and desperately trying to join the House of Lavers. He had seen too many people like Han Shuo. Therefore, he did not have a good attitude towards Han Shuo from the very beginning. It was only at this moment that he realized that he was wrong, gravely wrong. It was a pity that Han Shuo did not refine medicine of regret. Otherwise, Dewey would have been willing to buy it at a high price. Chapter 723. At the first glimmer of dawn, Andre and Erebus broke through 7 layers of barriers in a row and finally found the underground tunnel. The divine guards that the two brought with them pounced towards the underground tunnel like hungry wolves. Soon enough, they captured 15 pharmacists who refined poisons. Naturally, all the dirty things that were transferred over were seized. Having been caught red-handed, Stice was unable to defend himself. He knew that he would not be able to escape death, so he hung his head and did not say a word. So it was you who did this. You have destroyed my friendship with Mr. Bryan. You deserve to die. Ridgersea said through gnashed teeth as he looked at Stice coldly. It was because of the Godswamp Pharmacy that Han Shuo had a very bad impression of the House of Kisa. Now that Han Shuo had proven that he was better than any pharmacist, no one dared to doubt the effectiveness of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. At a time when everyone was fighting for the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, Ridgersea had offended Han Shuo because of the Godswamp Pharmacy. The rage in his heart was uncontrollable. If it weren't for Andre and Erebus, Ridgersea would have killed Stice. The members of the major family clans who came to watch felt that the trip was not in vain. When they saw with their own eyes the frozen glassware being carried out from the underground tunnel, their faces turned ugly. The Godswamp Pharmacy had committed such an atrocity right under their noses. Not to mention that each of the 4 major family clans had a chief of divine guards. This was a slap to the faces of the 5 major family clans. Stice, what do you have to say now? Andre glared at Stice and coldly shouted. Now that things have come to this, I have nothing to say. Stice knew that he would not be able to escape death. He took out a dagger glittering with cold light and was ready to commit suicide on the spot. Clang! Andre flicked his index finger. A dark light flashed and the dagger flew out of Stice's hand. Before we get to the bottom of the matter, it won't be that easy for you to die. Andre coldly groaned and shouted, capture him and put him on death row. Erebus too waved his hand. The divine guards of the Third Corps rushed out. Not only did they capture the toxicologists, they also captured those experts from the God Swamp Pharmacy. Brian, I owe you another favor, said Andre smilingly to Han Shoa after seeing that all the experts from the God Swamp Pharmacy had been captured. It's only right. I didn't think too much about it when the God Swamp Pharmacy attacked me first. How could I have known that they would do such atrocities behind my back? Han Shoa was in a great mood. The God Swamp Pharmacy was done for and he had seized the opportunity to make a name for himself. From now on, all the major family clans in the City of Shadows would know which pharmacy was the best. Everyone, this matter has come to an end for now. Please return. Andre smiled and informed everyone. Then, he said in a low voice, wait for a while. I have something to tell you later. Han Shoa didn't understand what Andre meant. He nodded in puzzlement and stayed. After Andre called out to him, the experts from the large family clans in the City of Shadows bid farewell to him smilingly. They were even more impressed with Han Shoa's pharmaceutical refining skills. Before leaving, they tried to befriend Han Shoa in a very friendly manner. They only left contentedly when Han Shoa expressed that he would provide them with new medicines. Brian, I'm really sorry that we didn't get to the bottom of the matter. You are a magnanimous person and do not hold a grudge against a lowly person. This. Ridgersea came to Han Shoa's side awkwardly and said while rubbing his hands. Although I'm not a person who holds grudges, I'm definitely not in a good mood after what happened just now. I'm sorry, but I have no interest in doing business with your family clan for the time being. Han Shoa shrugged and said without the slightest politeness. Ridgersea knew that he had to take things slowly. He had just offended Han Shoa during the day and Han Shoa must still be furious. It seemed that he couldn't afford to be impatient. With that thought in mind, Ridgersea had no choice but to put on a flattering smile and persuade Han Shoa in every possible way before leaving with his men. Donna and Dewey were the last to leave. After those people left, Donna looked at Han Shoa as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. After pondering for a moment, Donna decided not to say anything to salvage the relationship between the two. She looked at Han Shoa, sighed softly, and left with Dewey. Han Shoa understood that Donna still suspected that he was the one who killed Cage and Dewey. He too sighed in his heart and did not say anything. However, Dewey, who used to be very arrogant and haughty towards him, nodded at him with a smile. It was as though he was expressing goodwill towards Han Shoa. This surprised Han Shoa a little. Erebus, escort these people back to the Third Corps. I will go over after I have a few words with Brian, Andre said to Erebus smilingly. Erebus nodded, walked to Han Shoa's side, patted on Han Shoa's shoulder, and softly said, youngster, you are quite interesting. Upon finishing those words, Erebus led his divine guards and escorted those from God Swamp Pharmacy away. Although Erebus could be considered a member of the House of Saint, he was not a member of the House of Saint and had no blood relationship with Andre. He was an expert recruited by Wallace with his own strength and means. In the City of Shadows, Erebus could be considered a tyrant. But in the end, he was just a high-grade divine guard of the House of Saint. Although he only answered to Wallace, he still had to heed Andre's orders. Soon enough, Erebus and his group of divine guards escorted those from God Swamp Pharmacy away. A portion of those divine guards who had followed Andre from the Saint residence had also left. The remaining 30 or so divine guards were scattered all over the city, secretly protecting Andre. "Lord Andre, what can I do for you?" Han Shuo was rather puzzled and asked. "You have saved Carmelita twice, and this time, you have helped us uncover the evidence of the God Swamp Pharmacy's crimes. I haven't been able to find the opportunity to thank you. Now, I finally have the chance," Andre said in a gentle smile. Han Shuo stared blankly for a moment before he shook his head and smilingly replied, "Lord Andre, what are you talking about? It was all thanks to Lord Andre and Miss Carmelita that I was able to establish the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy in the City of Shadows so quickly. There are some things that I will remember even if you don't mention it. My lord, you don't have to thank me specifically." "Of course," Andre replied smilingly. After thinking for a moment, he continued, "After this incident, the God Swamp Pharmacy is completely finished. According to the rules, all the buildings and properties owned by the God Swamp Pharmacy will be confiscated. Although the God Swamp Pharmacy's foundation in the City of Shadows has been destroyed, their buildings and medicine refinement equipment are still very valuable. There are hundreds and thousands of medicine refinement equipment and a large number of medicine refinement books in those buildings. These are enormous resources for any pharmacy." Han Shuo's heart skipped a beat. He could hardly contain the excitement in his heart. He cried out in surprise, "Lord Andre, you mean?" Andre nodded and said, "The House of Saint doesn't know how to refine medicine. Those resources are useless to us. They will be auctioned off to other pharmacies sooner or later. Rather than letting someone else take advantage of you, for example, your Celestial Pearl Pharmacy has already made a name for itself. As long as you take over some of the resources from the former God Swamp Pharmacy, I believe it will only be a matter of time before the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy becomes the largest pharmacy in the City of Shadows." Han Shuo finally understood the wonderful meaning of the saying, "It's always cool under a big tree." Although the God Swamp Pharmacy was completely finished, the God Swamp Pharmacy occupied an enormous amount of resources in the City of Shadows. Not only in the City of Shadows, but also in many of the forts and towns under the City of Shadows. If Han Shuo were to change the name of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, his Celestial Pearl Pharmacy would become the largest pharmacy in the City of Shadows overnight. What did it mean for the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy to take over all the resources of the God Swamp Pharmacy? It was like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Under normal circumstances, it would take Han Shuo 10 years or even 100 years for the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy to reach the level of the God Swamp Pharmacy in the City of Shadows. But with Andre's help, the time needed would be shortened by at least 100 times. How could Han Shuo not be excited? This is too valuable. Han Shuo rubbed his hands and did not know what to say. Who asked you to prove in front of those fellas that you are better than all pharmacists? Just you wait, those fellas will immediately spread what happened tonight to the entire City of Shadows. This is the best publicity. The God Swamp Pharmacy's reputation is completely ruined. Only by accepting the God Swamp Pharmacy can those resources be put to good use," Andre said smilingly. "Lord Andre, since you have put it that way, I shall not stand on ceremony." "Thank you." Han Shuo bowed respectfully. "I will go back and inform my elder brother. When everything is settled, I will let you know. Also, prepare a sum of crystal coins. We still need to collect some crystal coins to prevent our family members from gossiping." Andre thought for a moment and continued, "Not too much, just a few tens of thousands of black crystal coins. We can talk about it later." Those few buildings of the God Swamp Pharmacy were worth at least 1 million black crystal coins. Adding the pharmaceutical information and the branches all over the City of Shadows, the total value would be no less than 5 million black crystal coins. But judging from Andre's words, he would not ask Han Shuo to fork out that much gold coins. This was like a pie falling from the sky. "Got it." Han Shuo nodded with a silly smile. "Also, you have offended more than half of the pharmacists in the City of Shadows today. Those pharmacists from the God Swamp family will hate you to the bone. Those pharmacists who have nothing to do with this matter, even if they are acquitted, they will not work for you. The God Swamp Pharmacy is too big for you to handle alone. You will need a lot of talents. You will have to solve this problem by yourself. Andre reminded. Han Shuo could not help but smile bitterly after hearing those words. He started to get a headache. What happened today would surely spread throughout the City of Shadows. Most of the people in the God Swamp Pharmacy were not involved in the business of selling poison. Therefore, they would not be punished by the House of Saint. However, to many of them, Han Shuo was an enemy of the God Swamp Pharmacy. It would be a huge problem for them to work for Han Shuo. The God Swamp Pharmacy had a huge foundation and needed a lot of pharmacists and all kinds of talents. If Han Shuo could not handle all of this, even if he obtained all the resources from the God Swamp Pharmacy, he would not be able to develop the God Swamp Pharmacy well. What a headache! Han Shuo was feeling both pain and happiness. He had started to rack his brain for a solution. Andre patted Han Shuo's shoulder and said with a smile, "You'll have to think of a way on your own in this regard. I can't help you." Who told you to offend all the pharmacists in a moment of excitement today? You youngster, you are good at everything but you can't stand being bullied. How could I have known that you would hand over the remaining assets of the God Swamp Pharmacy to me? If I had known, I would have swallowed my anger. Han Shuo sighed and forced a smile. Alright, I'll be leaving now. I really can't help you with the matters regarding pharmacists. After all, we can't force them to do these things. You just have to put in more effort. At most, you can train your own pharmacists. With your skills, you think no one will be willing to come and learn from you? Andre laughed and left with a group of divine guards. I have to really know how to refine medicine, thought Han Shuo. He was starting to worry about such a huge foundation. You have struck it rich. Andrina, who would usually remain silent when there were outsiders around, immediately started to congratulate Han Shuo after everyone left. Yes, I have struck it rich. But I have to take care of things first. Otherwise, I won't be able to prosper even if I have enormous resources but no one to use them, said Han Shuo mischievously with a big smile on his face. In his heart, Han Shuo was very excited. Compared to the sudden profits of a snake swallowing an elephant, this difficulty was totally worth it. Don't think I can't tell, said Andrina disdainfully. But soon after, she giggled and said excitedly, you are going to make a lot of money this time. I won't have to worry about not having enough crystal coins in the future, right? Han Shuo's face darkened. He hastily said, you still have to control yourself. No amount of crystal coins will be enough for you to eat the way you eat. But I can guarantee that you will eat more than you do now, provided that I can earn enough crystal coins. Hee, I believe you. It seems that I have followed the right person, said Andrina happily. The sky was completely bright. Han Shuo and Andrina chatted as they walked. Very soon, they returned to the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. After entering the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, he felt that it was too small no matter how he looked at it. When he thought about the enormous amount of resources he would soon possess, he was both excited and vexed at the same time. For 5 days in a row, the entire City of Shadows was talking about what happened that night. As expected, Han Shuo's reputation surpassed that of all pharmacists. He became the well-deserving #1 pharmacist in the City of Shadows. Many people knew about him. The God Swamp Pharmacy was temporarily shut down. All the pharmacists were interrogated. Andre arrested some and released some. Many of those who came to the City of Shadows to attend the conference left the City of Shadows one after another after being humiliated by Han Shuo. Meanwhile, Han Shuo was busy recruiting pharmacists. With Enito's help, recruitment scrolls were posted at various conspicuous places in the City of Shadows, attracting the attention of many. However, as Han Shuo had offended almost all the pharmacists in the City of Shadows, not a single person showed up after posting the recruitment scrolls. Naturally, those pharmacists from the God Swamp Pharmacy did not have a good impression of Han Shuo. They started spreading rumors that Han Shuo acted alone and considered everyone beneath him. Han Shuo's recruitment efforts suffered a great setback. There were those who were interested in the art of medicine refinement who came to the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, hoping to be apprenticed to Han Shuo. However, as Han Shuo knew nothing about medicine refinement, there was no way he could teach anyone. He might even expose himself. Therefore, all of them were turned down. After a few more days, there was still no proficient pharmacist. Han Shuo began to have a headache. Seeing that Han Shuo was at his wit's end, she advised, "Don't worry, just wait a little longer." How unlucky! Andrina was also very concerned about the matter. In order to gobble up more crystal coins, she had been busy posting recruitment scrolls with Anito. She advised when she saw that Han Shuo was at his wit's end. "It's all my fault. Otherwise, I wouldn't have offended so many pharmacists." How unlucky! Han Shuo was having a headache. He felt as though he had come to a mountain of gold but did not bring his space ring with him. Seeing that Andre was about to finish dealing with the Godswamp Pharmacy and that the enormous Godswamp Pharmacy would soon be Han Shuo's, Han Shuo felt aggrieved. Akeley was just as concerned about Han Shuo's affairs. Unfortunately, he could not be of any help to Han Shuo in this matter. All he knew was to bring up the idea of abducting a pharmacist. After being scolded by Han Shuo for a bit, Akeley calmed down and no longer cared about what Han Shuo was up to. This isn't going to work. Han Shuo sighed again. Han Shuo only knew how to refine medicinal pellets. However, his ability was limited. In addition, medicinal pellets were extremely expensive and not many people could afford them. Therefore, the Godswamp Pharmacy's ordinary medicines were the key to making money. Han Shuo had long recognized this point. Therefore, he definitely needed experienced pharmacists. Ahem. A voice suddenly sounded from outside the door. Then, the eccentric Gu Li slowly walked in. Han Shuo, who was originally delighted, immediately turned gloomy when he saw Gu Li. He said with a cold face, "What are you doing here?" Han Shuo had been in a bad mood recently. He had no interest in fooling around with Gu Li. He stood up and was about to chase her away. "Aren't you recruiting pharmacists?" Gu Li asked puzzledly as she pointed at the recruitment scrolls in front of the door. "Yes. But what does that have to do with you?" Han Shuo did not seem to be in a good mood. "Do you think I can do it?" Gu Li asked cautiously. Han Shuo stared blankly for a moment. He asked, "You mean, you want to join our Celestial Pearl Pharmacy?" "That's right. I have heard about what happened last time. You are indeed an amazing pharmacist. I apologize for my rashness back then and thank you for saving my life. I am here in the hope of learning some medicine refinement techniques from you. I hope that you will grant me my wish." Gu Li bowed respectfully and said in a serious manner. Isn't your business in the City of Shadows? I heard that you have a lot of apprentices. Are you willing to stay in the City of Shadows?" Han Shuo's heart skipped a beat. "As long as I can learn more about medicine refinement, I am willing to pay any price. As for my apprentices, if you don't mind, can they all join the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy?" Gu Li asked. "Of course, why not? That's great." Han Shuo was just worrying about not being able to find anyone. He was overjoyed when he heard Gu Li's offer. Although he was having a headache about how to teach Gu Li medicine refinement techniques, he couldn't care less at this point in time. You're tuning into the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.